And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to GeekWatch, a subsidiary of the Monastery, the open bar of the internet. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have 1, 2, 3 good brothers of the temple. We have the man who probably has an entire volume in his book of grudges dedicated just to Stan Bowman, good brother Aaron. We have making his long-awaited return, even though he was a guest a few days ago on the show. Good brother Ash.
You rang.
And last but not least, we have the man of 1,000 runes and the CEO of Zadare Enterprises. Good brother Xana.
I hope everybody's getting to 10,000% out there. We've got plenty more Zadare specs to spare.
I wonder if it's going up faster than Dogecoin.
Certainly went up as fast as a GameStop stock a few days ago.
And for this, I decided that I needed to do some more theory crafting. And look, I've made no bones about the fact that I have been very critical of certain design choices with D&D for years. And I know people would say, "Well, of course you have your issues with D&D. 5e has had issues since day one."
Yeah.
You don't understand.
Fuck
my issues with certain designs with D&D go far beyond just this most recent edition.
Would you say they go as far back as the Tomb of Horrors itself?
Oh yeah, because that thing is fucking overrated.
Did you just say Tomb of Horrors?
Horrors.
No, horrors.
I know.
I'm far less interested in that. I thought horrors was it.
I think Aaron's got something else on the brain there.
This is
Sort of false advertising.
this is GeekWatch, not Las Vegas.
I mean, you can still geek out about horrors, and you don't have to be in Vegas to do it.
No, you have to be in Roppongi.
Yeah, bards would be so much more interesting if they recovered hit dice by visiting the bordello.
And I can't say any further than that because, Xana, as you know, what happens in Roppongi stays in Roppongi.
Exactly. Nothing happened.
At least not that we can say without getting kicked off YouTube.
Or hunted down by the Yakuza that run Roppongi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Oh, and Ash, the quick start should be in your email momentarily.
Oh, excellent.
So, when it comes to now, a lot of it comes down to the class system. Now, I do want to make clear. I've seen some people say that classes are too limiting. I find that to be a disservice to what classes can do. Character classes in role-playing games can provide a degree of structure. And the funny thing is, even games that people end up falling into certain classes anyways, even in classless systems. For example, Shadowrun, technically speaking, is a classless system. And yet, when people discuss their characters within Shadowrun, they're usually talking about them being, say the Face, or the Street Sam, or the Adept,
or the Decker.
Mm-hmm. Or if they have bad taste, the Technomancer. But even though those are just archetypes, people still fall into them one way or another. People will, the Elder Scrolls is a classless game, yet people are still going to fall into certain builds. It's just that all the builds are magic related because that game has a massive boner for spellcasters.
You and I have very different opinions on what counts as a boner for spellcasters.
Well, would you want?
Which is fine, because I suspect we'll get into that when it comes to the 5e discussion.
Well, let me ask you this: would you want to engage in the melee combat in an Elder Scrolls game?
I did in Daggerfall. I quite enjoyed that. Not in Skyrim, and certainly not in the 10 minutes I played with Oblivion.
Here's the thing with Skyrim, it's so. Let's just put it this way: you have to mod the fuck out of that game to enjoy it.
You think that's a new thing for the Elder Scrolls?
That's been a thing.
Oh, I'm also familiar with Oblivion mods.
It's been that way since at least Morrowind. I mean, Daggerfall you could enjoy on its own pretty easily, although modding made certain quality of life changes that were really nice. But
Of
even
course,
more,
I mean the Unreal Engine version of it is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah.
Although to be fair, it's a moot point when you're dealing with a game that old, because you have to do some degree of modding when it comes to old games on current hardware. Otherwise, you're going to have problems.
Yep, compatibility issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think that's why I like the Unity remake of it, because it basically
That's right, it's Unity.
It's the Unity remake, not Unreal. If it's Unreal, it's probably going to take a long time.
Yeah, but when it comes now, given that there's part of the reason I wanted to focus on the D&D classes is and specifically the 5e ones it seemed like a nice net to cast, and there are certain classes that were locked off in Splat books in earlier editions that I wanted to cover here. Now, even with that, we will be looking at several factors when it comes to these particular classes: what their inspirations, what they're supposed to be according to the way that they are written, and what they actually end up being, and how we can get closer to what they're supposed to be.
Okay.
And if you guys scroll up a bit on the thing. Now, I will note that I wanted to just go with the base 5e classes. If we have time, we may consider doing the Artificer and Mystic, which were from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and Unearthed Arcana, respectively.
I was about to say, what other class? What are the unofficial classes?
Oh, there's plenty of unofficial stuff that never got codified that was in the Unearthed Arcana
No, I'm familiar with that. It's the official bid because I was
Oh,
making
yeah.
a joke at Watsu's expense.
Yeah,
Well, fuck the Watsy.
we are not we are not going to be going into all the damn subclasses because first off, there's too many, and
Are you
and second
sure?
off, um, there are there's way too much. I'd say with them, if we were to tackle some of the subclasses, we'd be here for months.
Yeah, so yeah, basically it's like a goddamn NCAA tournament.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me so that I can laugh at Wisconsin when they fail again. Look, I've already sent a small violin to Tom Grossi, so I've got that part covered.
Yeah,
Look, you know,
that or Michigan.
well, um, Michigan. I'm gonna laugh at for the longest times because everybody I know in Michigan always brings up the Fab Five, and I'm like, yeah, what have you done for me lately? Never mind the fact that because of a bylaw violation, the Fab Five can't even be acknowledged.
What have you done for me lately?
Um, but that means we're going to be starting with the core, and I will. And as far as the Pathfinder question, we'll tackle a bit of what Pathfinder does with the classes, and there are a few Pathfinder exclusive classes that I may cover in a future version of this down the line, but that's not going to happen just yet. Now, some may wonder why I specifically went with the kind of art style for the image that you're seeing. Well, there's a reason for that. When I had Shades put together the visual for this particular experiment, I specifically said that I wanted a Western a more traditional style representation of a class on one end, and a more anime and manga influenced one on the other. I did this for one simple reason: to give a giant middle finger to the Grogs, also known as the
Ugh.
Grognards,
Oh
who
God, what do they do?
I hate the Grognards in the hobby just as much as and the traditionalists just as much as I hate the wokes.
Oh God, are you talking about the? Okay, how are they related? Okay, on the scale of worst thing, a critical role using the baseline of critical role, are we talking the over or the under?
I
Let's
actually hate
not.
the Grognards more.
So the under, right?
I mean, at this point, we're looking at two different generations of Grognards. You have the
Yeah.
post 3X and you have the post BX.
Yeah,
I
but
suppose
the
there
thing
should
about the Grognards, I've never heard about these fools.
Grognard comes from a French word that means old soldiers who complain a lot. At least that's what that's what I was told. Obviously, I don't speak French.
No, you'd be correct. And for more information on that subject, you can find the Angry GM's episode on Grognards.
Mm-hmm.
Or, sorry, not the Angry GM. GM Word of the Week. I believe that episode was produced by the Angry GM.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, these are a bunch of snobs that think their shit doesn't stink when it comes to RPGs. Okay, I think
Well, that's
that-
everybody in RPGs.
It's specifically the people who have this mind who are caught up in their own version of a nostalgia for a certain place style in the past when it comes to D&D. And not D&D, it's not limited to just D&D, but that tends to be a focal point with a lot of them because they probably started with BX or BECME era. And
so basically, the internet wrestling community.
if you need a wrestling example, Jim Cornette.
Yeah, there you go.
Grognards will and always have been the bane of many different people, and they always will be into the future. There will always be those people stuck and hell bent on their version of nostalgic glory, as it were.
Yeah, and
Okay, so they're that annoying.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why I single a lot of them out is the fact that, and what this has to do with manga is, well, let me tell you about a little book called Tome of Battle: The Book of Nine Swords.
Oh,
Another Book of Nine Weebs.
Or
Well,
no, or the book of Weeaboo Fighting Magic.
Fuck
So,
off.
so they basically dismissed it as weep shit.
Here's the thing.
Very much so.
Tome of Battle was a book that introduced the concept of sword magic with its own little maneuver system. So it was basically designed so that martial-based characters who weren't spellcasters, could have something to do besides just basic attack all day. And it was a very scub supplement when it came out. Because there were two major complaints that came out with it. One of them was that the fact that they had clearly taken inspiration from Final Fantasy, Soul Calibur, and Devil May Cry was somehow verboten, according to the traditionalists. Others had argued that it was stepping into the spellcasters' territory, and both of them were arguing that basically that because it was changing up a dynamic, that it was wrong.
And it was also an attempt to overcome the linear fighters versus quadratic wizards issue.
Yes.
By keeping melee play at a same level of utility as caster play at high levels.
Mm-hmm. Now, a good colleague of mine has argued in favor of it, but he argued in favor of Book of Nine Swords, but he said it didn't go far enough. And Tome of Battle was 3rd edition.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as 4th edition, I've made clear that I think 4th edition gets more hate than it deserves.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, if it says he didn't go far enough, I bet that guy's a stat counter. But I wouldn't say anything bad about stat counters. They're not. I have nothing against stat counters. But if a stat counter, if you play a game with a stat counter, he's gonna probably strategize every single aspect of his character.
That's what we call a munchkin, a min-maxer. Munchkins are less annoying than grognards and less annoying than Critical Role fans, in my opinion. But that's a different story for a different time.
Grogs can be annoying, but they're the C level of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Munchkins, I have nothing against them. As far as I'm concerned, so what? They beat the system. Big whoop.
Munchkins created just to continue on that, Munchkins created a thought experiment in 3.5 called Pun the Magic Kobold, where with 5 character levels, you can create a kobold with arbitrary high stats. Munchkins can be a real problem if you don't nip them in the bud.
However,
and that's all I'll say on that.
It's very much a table by table problem. That's why I don't have as much of an issue with them. Now,
exactly. That's why I say they're less annoying than Grogs or players.
Now go. The other thing is that I've had to deal with this attitude for off and on for about 20 years. That it's somehow verboten to draw inspiration from more recent media for your tabletop games. And this isn't as much of the case now, but I remember in the early 2000s where even admitting that you took inspiration from video games or anime when it came to your campaigns was enough to get you the stink eye from people.
I only ever got that from people I was specifically playing D&D or other quote-unquote typically codified high fantasy tabletops.
That is definitely the case. And the funny thing is, communities in with say World of Darkness or the like don't give you that stink eye as much.
I didn't get it at all when we played Mage the Ascension.
Mm-hmm.
I was
and
like,
there's a little bit of a distinction to be made there, because you could be talking about video games like World of Warcraft, or you could be talking video games like Final Fantasy. And you mentioned that anime was, sort of a center of that issue. So it's more of an east-west distinction, though there are people who will attack you for, I mean, goodness, they attacked an entire edition over it, over being too much like a video game in some capacity.
well,
I think those are two separate discussions of the east-west divide and the video game, which does exist, I think, and the video game, the video game RPG divide.
I think the other thing is that in the early 2000s there was this mindset that anime had to be this separate ghettoized thing, where the only way you could qualify for making something that could be considered anime is if you were a Japanese person living in Japan. The main reason this sort of thing came up is because this was right along the time when certain cartoons that were very influenced by manga, and their creators outright admitted as such, were coming into prominence. Stuff like the 2002 Teen Titans and Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the influence is definitely there, and as time would go on, you'd see anime, and it's not like anime studios had ever not handled Western properties. TMS did some of the animation for the Batman animated series.
I suspect that's a discussion we can couch in one of the classes that we're going to be discussing. At least one of them.
Oh yeah. So we're going to be with the class list. We're going to go strictly with the base class list from the Player's Handbook for 5th edition. And because of the fact that because of the fact that these are classes that everybody more or less knows due to cultural osmosis, there's a fair amount of material that can be utilized. So we'll start off with barbarians. Now, obviously, barbarians comes from the word barbaroi in Greek, an uncivilized person or a person of inferior culture. And let's be honest, the core inspiration for the barbarian concept
Conan
was Conan. Not there's not even any debate on this.
Most of the art you see for barbarians in most of the edition's player handbooks is of that I'm barely wearing anything besides some furs and my fuck off sword.
Mm-hmm.
Barbarian type that is outright Conan the Destroyer.
Yeah,
but
then or if you want something other than Conan, Axe Battler from Golden Axe.
Where do you think he got the idea?
Oh, okay.
It all stems back to Conan at this point.
Yeah,
Aaron, you didn't seriously think Conan just popped up in the 80s, did you?
Nope. I just didn't think all roads led to Conan. I guess
a lot. Well, if we want to get real technical, a lot more roads lead to John Carter, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
John Carter of
John Carter of Mars. Which, for the record, if you're interested in that, skip the movie, read the comics. You're welcome. And of course, I can't mention barbarians without sharing with you guys in the council the legendary beer armor.
Oh boy.
I've seen that picture before. It makes sense to use natty ice for the axe. It is pretty gross.
Yeah, really.
Does that give you poison damage at that point?
That gives you drunken. You get inflicted with drunkenness.
Bonus to fort saves. but even with that, a lot of times when barbarian art is used, it's usually depicted as some version of Goths or Vikings or something along those lines. Or if we want to go further east, you usually have the Mongols.
Yeah, Genghis Khan.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethereal Dragon did just make a good point here. Yes, WotC D&D barbarians really are bear shirters.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Berserker means bear shirt, and I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial since he mentioned Berserker. If I were to stat Guts, I would actually not stat him as a barbarian. Some people do, I don't. But the thing with the whole bear shirt is that, well, there's two interpretations of that. One is that they went into battle wearing bear skins. The other is that they went into battle wearing nothing on their shirt.
Yeah. In that case, you can't call him a barbarian. You just call him a streaker.
Well, the other thing is that they were high as balls.
Yeah, that's true.
Or the most typical example of Western barbarians compared to, well, the more Eastern European barbarians is actually the Picti in the north of Britannia, where they went into battle half painted blue from Woad, high off their fucking asses on shrooms, shouting to their gods while butt ass naked. If some 6 foot tall, muscly dude that's half painted blue, screaming about his gods with his junk dangling out, ran at you with a giant fuck off axe, I think you'd be a little scared.
You know what? I guess now I know where General Butt Naked got his inspiration from. Anyway,
now barbarians first showed up in Unearthed Arcana for AD&D, which I still have that book, as a variant of fighter. A lot of the early D&D classes were class kit bashings. Elves and dwarves are a good example of that kind of thing, and this was back in the day when a non-human race was your class. But they also had penalties for using magic items or associating with wizards. Again, it's very much in line with the whole Conan thing, because magic in Hyboria was treated with a whole lot of superstition, and Conan had a long, illustrious history of hating wizards. The ones that he didn't work with.
Hate murdering wizards. Hate murdering.
Yep.
Any wizard he hated tended to end up fucking dead.
They would try and make it into a kit when they released the Complete Fighter's Handbook, which made it so that in order to even be a barbarian, you need to have Strength 15 plus, and all that it did was add a bonus or penalty to reaction rolls. Nobody used it.
You want to know the one thing that I've always hated about the barbarian class?
What?
If you're a barbarian, you're illiterate.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, let's get into now. The second edition barbarian wasn't well received because it was a kit. It's a lot of the powers that it had in first edition it lost. The only thing it had was the D12 hit die. But let's get into the third edition version, because that's the barbarian that most people that's the part where it mostly got the identity that we know it for.
Rages and all that fun shit.
Yeah. So first off, D12 hit points, the highest hit dice of any class.
Because you're a big meaty boy. That's why.
Damage reduction, uncanny dodge. So when using if I recall correctly, when it came to uncanny dodge with third edition, it was when rolling reflex where a save would do half damage, it instead does no damage.
I believe so. Let me check. Third edition Uncanny Dodge. At third level and above. That looks like Rogue's Uncanny Dodge, but this is from the 3 ESRD.
Mm-hmm. So it's basically the same thing.
Yeah. At third level, a Dex bonus to AC is retained even if caught flat-footed or struck by someone invisible. 6th level, no longer be flanked. And then at 11th level, +1 bonus to reflex save made to avoid traps, and +1 dodge bonus to AC against attacks by traps.
Okay, so I was thinking of something else. And of course, there's the whole thing of being able to rage, where you can get bonuses to strength and constitution at the expense of your defense, which is not saying much, because given the fact that you're shit with armor, you're not going to have a whole lot of AC anyways. And with one, I know, and yeah, there is the whole illiteracy thing, but there's one other thing with barbarians that I always found really fucking stupid, and you can list this as one of the many reasons why I never use alignments in any games that I run, and at least two of you can attest to this. A barbarian has to be chaotic. If they cease being chaotic, they stop getting experience as a barbarian.
Yeah, they're raiders. They don't follow.
And not just that, they also lose the ability to rage.
Mm-hmm.
But they get to keep their damage reduction, fast movement, uncanny dodge, and oh yeah, the other thing about illiteracy, they had to spend 2 skill points to read or write any language that they could already speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's funny. Is like, and if you're playing as a barbarian, why the fuck do you want to be lawful anyway? Come on, come on.
That's not a decision for you. That's not a decision for you for them to be making, because keep in mind, if there is legitimate enough reason to do a barbarian who could be considered lawful, because, well, for one,
you could. I mean, if you look back at the source material, Conan, he had a code that he followed.
Yeah,
a very strict one, in fact.
And
it was a very small one, but it was still a code. You could consider him lawful.
Oh.
And second, the idea that the Norse, which the Norse or the Celts, which Conan has allusions to, were that level of chaotic, like the rules seem to imply, is laughable.
Just laughable. It exits reality.
Keep in mind that before they became raiders, Vikings had a very strong trading culture. Until somebody got the idea of, hey, let's keep doing the trading thing, but just not pay them back.
Oh.
Yep. And not to mention that the Vikings didn't have a lot of natural resources they could exploit very well in their area. Mm-hmm. And so when the trading imbalance became too high, they had to go raiding.
Yeah.
So basically they started raiding because someone was welching off them. That's
actually, and the big thing is that with where the Vikings lived, they could only effectively exploit the natural resources around them for a third of the year. Not even for half of it, because you still have your setup and your harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the barbarian, the issue, or the proposed issue of the barbarian not being able to act in a chaotic fashion, or not being able to act in a lawful fashion, I think this is actually totally fine. One, because Gygax's clarification on chaotic is simply, you might stab your buddies in the back for personal gain. And there are no special rules to account for a party of chaotically aligned creatures. People, it was much bigger bugaboo than Gary considered it to be, which is why he kept having to release clarifications over the years, because
If
people
you
just
if you have to keep releasing clarifications over the years, then that highlights a much bigger problem, which is
it could be that your player base is stupid,
there's certainly some dumbasses,
or it's being run by assholes. You didn't try to steal from that guy. You're not chaotic anymore. You're not getting XP, which is a separate matter entirely.
My stance on alignment has always been this. I think alignment, it was when it was on the more Morkakian, whether or not the gods of chaos or law like you or dislike you, I was perfectly fine with that kind of thing. That's the kind of alignment that I'm perfectly okay with using, and I have used. But when you try and move alignment into a morality system, which it's somehow mutated into with time, then the cracks start to show.
Well, that's the thing. But we're not so much. I suspect. I think we should move on from alignment per se, because I don't think it's what we're really talking about. I think the core of the issue is whether or not we accept behavioral penalties for classes. And my opinion for that, of course, is yes, we should. Certainly, if we're going to assume a class-based system and people are going to fit certain molds, I'm perfectly happy saying,
I'd be okay with that if I'm not saying that that's a bad idea, but I feel like it's a setting specific one, and this is a problem that I've had with D&D for a long time, is the fact that it can't shit or get off the pot when it comes to whether or not it has a core setting.
It has 5 core settings.
Yeah.
Don't you know?
That's also not a problem, because you have implied setting details, like the existence of fancy and spellcasting. This implies settings about who wizards are in your setting and what it is that they do.
Implication isn't enough.
No, but it's a very important part of the setting. You don't have to say that the local king his name is Ganondorf or whatever. It's fine.
I'd say when it comes to I would go with the whole implied thing, but even that doesn't go as far as it needs to be, because the implications are like I'll use 13th Age as my example with this. The icons in 13th Age are not named, and yet there are bullet points. There's enough bullet points that you can draw on where you can fill in the blanks about them based on what's given, about who they like, who they don't like, what their goals are, that kind of thing. When it comes to the inferred settings, because of the fact that those inferences end up tying into mechanics, they end up being too vague to justify themselves. What's
the justification for that position? Because I come back later.
It's more to do with the fact that we're dealing with a game that wants to claim that it can be used for all kinds of different fantasy, and yet at the same time, if you have these sort of inferences, it implies a specific style of fantasy. You can't have it both ways.
That is true.
That's real. I'm not saying that having a setting or not having a setting is the problem. The problem is that that it wants to do this whole wishy-washy, have my cake and eat it too thing. Like, I'll probably be getting into this later, but with something like Pathfinder, I don't have this problem, because Pathfinder has a implied setting. It has an implied setting that so much of it builds around.
Well, Pathfinder has a setting.
Yeah. Galarian.
That's not so much. I'm talking about, like, for instance, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons has an implied setting by virtue of the way the world works. And that is not only enough, but it's exquisite in the amount of detail it provides you. I understand the issue with something like 5th edition, where the mode of play, there's only one mode of play, and it itself implies very little about the world around it.
Yeah.
Well, the setting of 5e is, and this is I'm going to be shortlining this. The setting of 5e is not implied to be a setting. It's implied it can be used anywhere, but then the assumptions immediately made is it's all Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
But you mentioned the implied setting of AD&D. We've moved to where Barbarian, as it is currently recognized, first formed, which is 3rd edition. The implied setting of 3rd edition was, I believe, also Forgotten Realms. Because, you know, they can't ever fucking leave Forgotten Realms, it seems.
Right.
It wasn't at, when it came to 3rd edition, it wasn't at first, but it ended up becoming that.
Yeah, with all the additionals.
We should go back to rebuilding that Barbarian.
Yeah.
Rails.
Yeah. Now, an interest. Now, even with that, for all intents and purposes, despite all the other features that a Barbarian has, they are meant. It's clear that they're meant to be a high offense, low defense, beat stick kind of approach. But the problem is, even with the inclusion of rages, Barbarians are still doing nothing but basic attacks. And as I've mentioned in the past, and I do maintain this, situational modifiers are not going to be as interesting as giving somebody a full-on new tool for their arsenal. Largely because of the fact that with that situational modifier, you're still rolling the same kind of dice for the thing that it's modifying, in the case of a +2 or -2, all that's really it's basically the same as the percent modifiers you might see in video games. Like I'll put it like this: if you were playing Final Fantasy VII, and you equipped a materia that said it has 50% lightning damage, is that really going to change your tactics as much?
Only if you're facing monsters that are strong against lightning, then you'll change out your materia. But it doesn't change your actual combat strategy, no.
That's exactly what I'm getting at with this kind of thing. And this is where I have to bring in the Barbarian in 4th edition, which while it was not in the initial core book, which triggered rage from the usual idiots. It actually did something interesting. First off, instead of it being a martial character, Barbarians in 4th edition were a primal character, i.e. drawing on the spirit of the world, drawing on Gaia, whatever you want to call it, and the approach that they ended up going with is one of the alternative theories with Barbarians, that being spiritual possession. The idea with 4th edition Barbarians is that they is being possessed by the rage of different spirits, specifically wolves, bears, and similar things.
Which is a stronger version of the totem rage in 5e.
Yeah, rages were in 4th edition, to be fair, but they were your daily powers, and usually had a case where you would be in that rage as a kind of stance until you entered a different rage, or until the encounter ended. And then for people who wanted to go a little more traditional, they had Rage Strike as a feature where you could burn dailies that you didn't use with the rage keyword to just make a really hard blow.
So your beat stick just gets beefier.
Yeah. But when it comes to the now there were some in 5th edition, there were some class feature variants in Unearthed Arcana, but it comes back to that whole you're just giving a situational modifier like survival instincts. Woohoo! You've got proficiency in two more skills.
That hooray!
Hey.
Yeah. And especially since, and I'm going to piss some people off when I say this, D&D was never designed to have a skill system.
One need only look at chainmail to understand that.
Well, when I say designed for a skill system, games that I consider designed for their skill systems is stuff like Shadowrun, Ars Magica, games where the skill system is part of the core sandbox. So
yeah, it's needed everywhere.
Yeah, where the core mechanic is going to be attribute plus skill plus a randomizer. In fact, with 99% of games that I have in my library, that's how I can sum up their die system.
2 numbers plus randomizer. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And now, when it comes to trying to reconstruct the idea, I do think that going all in with the totem setup is a much better way to use rages than simply just having it as a temp bonus. Especially since when you have a limited resource like rages, the tendency for players is going to be hoard it until a rainy day, even if that rainy day never comes.
It's like the too good to use club in any RPG you play on Vigigames. Oh, can't use Mega Elixirs. I might actually need that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had a dumb moment with that the first time I played Final Fantasy VIII, where I had a dozen holy stones and I didn't know it, and I completely forgot what they were going to be doing. So it's like I had an endgame level spell that early on and I didn't use it. And granted, I only had 12 of them, but still, that could have saved my hide many a times.
Plus, with some of the refinement skills from some of the GFs, you could have turned those into actual holies.
Yeah. And you don't get, and that was a spell that under normal circumstances you wouldn't have been getting frequently until post Lunar Cry.
Yeah, disagree.
I'm going to be honest with you. That system in for Final Fantasy VIII broken. You can break that shit easily.
What you don't like making characters into a wheel of cheese?
Disc 1 nuke. Disc 1 nuke. Regardless, Rails. So I guess for the first exploration here,
and shit.
we want to look into possibly following more of the tribalism and shamanistic flavor, I guess, is the best way to put it, Monk?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good path to explore.
And given that approach, one thing that I'd probably do with each is and this will certainly piss off the clerics, but I don't care. Let's have it that there are certain actions that the totems like and dislike, or certain or if that's too harsh, certain tells for a totem. For example, if someone has, say, a raven totem, let's go with that. They have a compulsion of always either wearing some sort of feathers, wearing black face paint, or something to that extent, and automatically getting what would be the standard modifier when fighting, say, undead.
Makes sense. I can see that.
And if you're
also, if you're going to play a raven, shiny things, if your totem's going to be a raven, shiny things are going to be very important to you.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a glass marble or a gold coin. Shiny things are very important.
Mm-hmm. And as far now, when it comes to the rages, I would actually put the rages in different tiers. You know, we have the totem thing, so have it that they have a certain number of, if we're gonna be still using the Vancian model, let's have it that each totem grants different leveled effects for rages, and you have a set number of those, depending on the ability modifier that's used. So in the case of a raven totem, let's say the key modifier in this case is wisdom.
Okay.
You would be able to gain extra rages if you have a high wisdom score.
Let's not do that, actually. Let's not do that, because the advantage of the Vancian model is it feels a little bit more magical because it feels weird. And that's the advantage of several different magic systems where they have an element of weirdness where this doesn't quite work the way I expect it to. And so it feels a little bit more magical, whereas a martial character, or even a primal character, as we're now stylizing the barbarian as, if we're using the Raven as an example, first off, we should give them a more standardized method of using their rages. And we mentioned not wanting to do the X number of day because that's sort of stepping on the spellcaster's toes. But you could very easily, again, using the Raven as an example, incorporating some sort of reaction roll to specific events. And then you have, if you have the generic barbarian class, you have certain events which are going to proc this reaction roll. And kind of a descending order of, all right, if you roll a 1, or sorry, if you have to roll a d8, and if you roll an 8, you get to go into a rage. And the next time you roll, you get to roll a 7 or an 8, and then you get to go into rage, and so on and so on. And just each subclass will be modifying the number of times, or the number of events that you would have for reacting. So a raven is going to, they're attracted to the air, obviously. So as a reaction to seeing a creature fly, stacked on top of the generic barbarian events of somebody got knocked down to 0 hit points or a creature died, adding more primal flavor to it. Mm-hmm. And this is how we translate flavor text into mechanical bonuses, which then reinforce the flavor text.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's certainly an alternative. And in this case, yes, I am flavoring the barbarian as a primal sort of character, because I did like the concept of the primal power source and the way it was presented in 4th edition. It was presented as the spirit of the world that was reacting in self-defense to the fact that all these extra planar people were wrecking the house.
Right, but I mean, there's literary precedent for it for sure.
Mhm.
Which is why I'm suggesting a model that isn't, I rage and then my rage gauge is empty.
Yeah.
It's instead rage is a reaction to events.
I will also note that I do have a soft spot for the rage mechanic in 13th Age. The approach that has is that when raging is active, you roll 2d20 with your attacks and you keep the higher one. If both d20 that you roll would count as a hit, it's instead treated as a critical.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But next, shifting to one of our first magical classes. Let's talk about the class that's been the butt of jokes for 30 years.
They enjoy being that butt too.
Hey, we're not kink shaming yet.
I'm not. I said they enjoy being that butt. That's not shaming.
Now, the bard is treated as a joke by a lot of people, and rightfully so. And I'll get the easy part out of the way first. The one thing that I think would be needed in a reconstruction of a bard is to kill the dependence on the bard having to play an instrument.
Is there a dependence on the bard playing an instrument?
Here's the thing with bards, okay? The only way to improve that is if they get remade into like I know I'm gonna get a lot of freaking flack for saying this.
If everybody begins their statements with an apology, we will be here until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Guys, you are allowed to just say it.
Well,
that's just why I say
you are
everything
allowed to just say it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving you permission as the voice of Dad. As the voice of Dad in the party, you have permission.
I get the point. God damn it! Anyway, make the bard like El Mariachi.
Honestly, I don't. Honestly, I don't. I can see where you're going with that, and I'm not objecting.
I mean, the big problem with the bard class is it only exists for buffs, for party buffs. That's it.
That's not true.
No.
Yeah, there are plenty of attack spells that bards have just through their bardic spells alone.
The problem that the bard has, in my opinion,
they're the diplomancer.
Is that they are a jack of all trades class, and class systems are very poor fits for the jack of all trades archetype.
Which is why they generally get pigeonholed as the diplomancer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is that the inspiration for the bard, there's several fold. Obviously, there's the minstrel archetype, but there's also things like a Nordic skald or a Celtic priest.
Or any number of Renaissance-level swashbuckling troubadours.
Yes. And the problem is because of that, they're expected to be able to swing a sword, but not as good as a fighter. They'll be able to cast a spell, but not as good as a wizard. If you need a video game example, the true bard in the traditional sense is a red mage.
Yep. Can't cast the highest level spells, doesn't have the best attack, is just a jack of all trades and a master of none.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't get all the good shit. That's the problem.
The only thing Red Mage could do better than anyone else was modify his own stat sheet.
I didn't think I'd see
I'm going to disagree with the jack of all trades assessment. I think that bards have a very clear role within the context of the game, and that's that they, at the very least in 5th edition, they have the best capacity, I believe, out of any other class, to rapidly modify the hit chances and the chances of any given action to succeed or fail even across round-to-round combat, and even not on their turn. You go with the standard bard cantrip of, what is it? I almost said Dissonant Whispers, though that's a great example, but not a cantrip. What is it? Vicious Mockery, where you diminish the enemy's chance to hit, and then obviously you have access to your cutting words and your inspiration dice. You have spells like, for instance, Dissonant Whispers, which are fantastic for provoking attacks of opportunity and changing positioning. They are probably the most tactical spellcaster you have access to that isn't strictly a blaster.
But now, for me personally, I'd say the reason why I focus on the whole instrument thing is I think that's one thing that needs to go. Whenever people ask me what I consider to be a good example of a bard in popular media, I will usually point to Varric Tethras from Dragon Age 2.
Yep.
Now, usually somebody will go, but isn't he a rogue? No, he's a bard. Because even though he doesn't have an instrument, he is still a guy. He is still a storyteller. A bard, to me, should be the classical example of the guy you know who knows the guy.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah.
He can do things for us.
He knows a guy. He knows a story. He knows about local lore. What sort of things spook the villagers at night. These are the kind of things that he knows, and that's previously been reflected as bardic knowledge, as it was in 3rd edition. And I'm not entirely fond of that approach because, to be quite honest, I don't have a very high opinion of knowledge skills in D&D, especially because of the fact that they get bloated really, really fast. Where you have a bunch of knowledge skills that can only be used in specific circumstances, and every subject has to have its own skill with its own set of skill points associated with it. It leads to bloat because you effectively are, for all intents and purposes, it's a situational skill that you're replicating several times over. With 4th and 5th, they've tried to integrate knowledge skills into other established skills, which can work to a point, but it can only go so far.
The purpose of a knowledge skill, absent any other modes of play beyond combat, is for situational, circumstantial, GM, do I know this thing?
Yeah.
That I was just told about. If you have an exploration system, it changes hexes and the things you can find in it. If you have a carving or survival system, it changes the materials and components you can gain from wilderness encounters.
How appropriate timing.
If you have crafting, it changes what you can make.
James, how appropriate timing is it that you bring up hexes first and foremost, given one of your recent projects?
Which of my recent projects that involves hexes, which is most of them.
I'm talking about the fucking
I
hex
hope I
crawl
don't have to
thing
count on 2 hands. I'm somewhat buzzed.
I'm talking about the hex crawl project from last month.
Oh, Chilmus Valley. Yes, that involves hexes.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go with Woods of Brachus.
No.
But when it comes to, here's the thing, when it comes to bards, I mean, obviously we would like D&D to have external systems, but they don't have access to those things right now. So, and we don't have access to those things, and we're so far we've been rebuilding the classes according to D&D's primary points and allowing for a little bit of wiggle room and ribbons that aren't considered primary class features, but nevertheless could enhance the flavor of any given campaign they were featured in.
Yeah.
So going back to the bard, I don't think they should be storytellers necessarily. I think that the artistic process, like music, and going into other forms, like I would like to see painting. I think that would be pleasant. But just sticking with music for the moment, like playing different chords across the course of the battle and allowing certain events within the battle to proc, using a term from video games, produce random occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
Different other chords that you might have set up, and these would in turn shift your features and maintaining. What I said in the very beginning was that bards, I don't think they are a jack of all trades, master of none. I think they have a very specific purpose, which is that they have the best tactical acumen when it comes to changing the various results and probabilities of people succeeding or failing at different actions across even turn by turn, round by round basis, and sometimes even faster than that, because certainly they have a broader spectrum of reactions than most classes do.
Mm-hmm.
So, translating that into rebuilding the bard would be, for instance, what I just mentioned with playing different chords across the course of a battle. And you play my first, I'm going to do the G minor chord, or they're not actually we're not going to call them G minor or anything like that. We're going to say the chord of healing. And everybody around you is marked in some capacity or has some kind of magical aura. And then something happens. Either if the creature gets hit, you're going to be able to use your chord in a different fashion. And it's going to change the nature of that hit. Maybe it heals them back up a little bit. Or maybe it gives them resistance after the next turn. Or you can ignore that. And if you don't use your reaction to alter the nature of your chord, then something happens at the beginning of your next turn. And so on and so forth. And this is basically a song that gets played out across the course of the battle. And you could very quickly, for instance, translate that to a social situation while maintaining my earlier statement that we're not trying to create new systems for D&D by any stretch of the imagination. It is pretty good ribbon fodder where you say across the course of a conversation, somebody gets a little angry or somebody gets a little flirty. And this changes the nature of your chord, and you have an opportunity to either intervene for one benefit or let it go and let the song play out, as it were, for a completely different benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be melding the troubadour warrior with I think its purpose.
Yeah,
because I would like to see an artist class in D&D. I don't think the bard terribly represents it as well as it could.
I will admit a couple things. One, I remember getting a French game called Agone that literally had music and art be one and the same. Magic and art be one and the same. Where different instruments had their own spell list. There was a spell list for wind instruments, a spell list for string instruments, a spell list for drum instruments, or rather percussion if you want to be pedantic. And also there was an interesting take with the bard in 13th Age, where they had a set of abilities called battle songs, which operated in 3 phases: opening, sustained, and final verse, each giving a different kind of effect, and a roll that you had to do to sustain the initial effect, and you could it would either go into final verse when you failed the sustain, or you could choose to fail and go into final verse in it as your action. Final verse being the strongest version of that spell, but it's one that isn't going to last. It's this one turn burst of its effect.
Right. I mean, goodness, they had features which were encounter / at will.
Yeah.
Which, if you, I think that's what you sort of along the same lines. Where if you chose to pop it off immediately, it would be an encounter ability. But if you waited until I think round 3 or whatever the escalation dice was, then it would become an at will as a finisher of some sort. Or to change the qualities of it. And that's a system that merges quite nicely. And all of these boil down in some capacity to, again, doing a round-by-round basis, altering the features of the battle, centered on people. We're looking at the themes of the bard as being sympathetic magic, if we're sticking with the art, or the art theme.
Mm-hmm. Now, the next one that we have, and is a good old classic case of I kick ass for the Lord. So let's talk about clerics. The
Oh,
the rock star back in the old days.
Codzilla.
Yep, Codzilla.
Cleric or Druidzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Supremely broken base classes in 3 and especially in 3.5.
Yes.
yeah, and like I said, and the thing with it, I know about this cleric about this class is simple. It's pretty much it boils down to either one or two, one or two, one of one or the other of these specialties. Smack people with hammers or blunt objects, or heal bot.
Except in 3, they were broken because they could do that all at the same time and call down holy spells of magnificent destruction.
Oh.
Yeah, in the 3.5 days, it was almost a necessity to have somebody playing cleric. Now, there are a few pillars that have been largely consistent over the years with clerics. Turn undead. I'd say sometimes lay on hands or cure wounds, depending on edition. And in some cases, lay on hands ended up shifting over to paladins.
We'll get into that.
and the choice of domain determining what sort of divine spells they could access.
In this, I think 5th edition actually did a good job diversifying what a cleric can do. My one of my favorite things to do with 5th cleric is to play a war cleric.
Now there is one. This brings me to one question that I do want to ask. Should divine magic have mechanical differences from arcane magic?
Definitely, they're 2 different entire sources. Even in Forgotten Realms, where Mystra, the goddess of magic, exists, the magic that she grants to people, widespread, the wizards and everybody else, goes through her mechanism, the weave, whereas divine magic does not. At least plot-wise, mechanics-wise, that's not the case.
Yeah.
Right, but mechanics-wise is where the issue comes in. So I'm going to say, no, they should not be different unless you have a specific edge case that justifies the mechanical difference.
All right.
Because I think there's going to be such a Venn diagram that simply using the same spell is going to be sufficient for, at least for 5e, that's going to be sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
If we have a monk class that's styled after a European monk as opposed to an Eastern monk, will I include a system of song that's modeled off the bard issue that I mentioned earlier, but it's thematically and mechanically brings up ideas of a how would I put this? A spiritual
Gregorian.
council.
Mm-hmm.
Gregorian chant.
Absolutely. Then yes, then I'm going to bring in a little bit of a different system. But even then, that's just separate from the spellcasting system. Going through what we've discussed so far, it would be similar to something else I devised.
Now, I will start with Turn Undead, the main stage. Something that I always found it kind of amusing of if someone is how specific that is, and depending on the campaign, it can make Turn Undead completely pointless if, say, you're never going to end up running into any undead. It could be a reliable thing when you're doing just dungeon-based thing, because obviously you're gonna find skeletons in a dungeon. But if you're not running the traditional kind of dungeon, then there's problems. I personally have had the idea that each domain or each deity depending on how you want to go about this, should have a variant of turning.
You mean the power to influence the wills of some supernatural creature or type based on their domain and/or deity?
Yes.
Okay, I can see that.
Wait, walk me through that again, because what he mostly said, that mostly sounds like how it is right now.
Well, no, because how it is right
with a
now.
little bit of the one exception at the end is whether or not it's affecting a specific supernatural creature.
Well, because what it is right now is turn undead only turns creatures classified as undead.
No. What I'm saying is that turn undead is a sub-feature of channel divinity. Channel divinity being you gain the ability. I'm reading it right now. At second level, you gain the ability to channel divine energy directly from your deity, using that energy to fuel magical effects. You start with 2, turn undead, and an effect determined by your domain. So, for instance, a grave cleric domain gets not Eyes of the Grave. Well, they get that, but not as channel divinity. They get something that makes you vulnerable to the next attack you suffer.
But he's saying that it doesn't make sense for every god to give you the ability to turn undead.
Ah.
At least that's what the logic broke down to for me.
I have no problem with domains granting channel divinity abilities. In fact, that's one of the things I'm encouraging. What I find sus is the idea that turn undead has to be a default for every package. Or rather, if you want
I'll hear it out.
Now the whole
'cause I'm interested.
The whole turning thing, I'm perfectly fine with.
But specifically the undead, because there are plenty of deities out there who would not turn undead. Sure, they may rebuke undead, but that's still just the same power from a different alignment.
And with certain deities, undead wouldn't be high up on their enemy list anyways.
Corellin Lorethian.
Yeah.
Corellin Lorethian would be like, turn orcs. Or turn dwarves, because the elves hate both.
And, well, why do you think I like dwarves so much?
Dwarves would be turn bad metal. When it
comes to this sort of thing, what I would probably do instead is when it comes to the deity, have it determined, and actually Fantasycraft kind of does this. Have it determined beforehand what a given deity's enemy is, and that is what is affected by turning.
That's a fine variant.
So, well, let's use Cord, for example. You know, the Lord of Battle and Storms. I would say in his, because of the fact that it's more in the realm of battle. I'm just spitballing this. I'm not saying that this particular form would be a good or bad idea. His version of turn would be turn weakness. So the turn effect applies to enemies that you are not that you're either not directly engaged with, or have a lower CR than you.
Yeah.
That seems like the sort of thing, though, that you could wrap into a separate ability for. Like, here's a Cleric of Cord. Replace your... I mean, goodness, what is it? Is it their 7th or 8th level ability where they typically get like, oh, and if you're using a weapon and you make a weapon attack, you get an extra D8 of insert elemental damage here.
When
you hit a creature.
That ties back into that whole situational modifier that we talked about beforehand.
Mm-hmm. It's not that situational. You're making an attack.
it's still just a modified The reason I brought up that whole situational modifier thing earlier is that a modified basic attack is still a basic attack.
Mm-hmm.
All you did was add elemental damage to the thing you were already doing.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to vary it more than that.
Right, but when we're talking about tearing up channel divinity and things of that sort, it's like that could fit in somewhere else, and I think fit in better. Because we're going back to the idea of implied setting at this point, and what does it mean to be a cleric, and mixing in these sort of seemingly disparate concepts that we need to work with.
Yeah. When it comes to channel divinity, I would actually make that the core of a lot of their mechanics.
See, that I like.
Yeah, make channel divinity the front and center.
The idea being is that for this sort of thing, divine magic, turning, any sort healing and any sort of abilities, all roads lead to channel divinity, because at the end of the day, whether they're casting a spell or turning undead, they are still channeling the power of their deity.
They're supplicating their god and receiving their strength.
Yes. Something else that I make that this one might be a bit too old school for some, but it's something that I'd at least consider, is the idea that a wizard prepares their spells, obviously. A cleric, on the other hand, would have their spells gifted to them.
Yeah.
They have a certain number of spell slots, but they get them after doing their prayers or meditation for the day, or visiting a church or what have you. But these are gifts given to them by their deity, i.e. the GM is giving you your spells at random if he chooses, just using a die roll.
Yeah, that would be both outside 5e's purview and not the best in terms of design. Could be fun. Could be fun. It's mostly just preparing with extra steps.
Well, it's also
inviting a little bit of conflict between you and the GM.
Well, the thing is that the spells that the GM would have to select from to gift you with would be limited by the domains of your chosen deity, just as they...
That is by no means my issue with it. My issue is the method of resolution and whether or not you're actually getting your spells in a given day.
You'd get your spells if you did your prayers and your rituals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I say I did my prayers and my rituals. Give me my spells.
Oh, okay. So you did your prayers and your rituals. Well, now we roll and give you your spells.
Right. Or I could just, in accordance with 5e at the very least, just use my spells. Because this is just preparing with extra steps. Except sometimes it's not going to go as so smoothly as we just did in the past 30 seconds. Sometimes it's going to be, well, I think that your cleric wasn't quite neutral good. I think it was a little bit of lawful good the other night.
Except
And as such, you won't be getting cure wounds today. It's like, no.
That's not what the monk was proposing. Remember, he is a... he doesn't want morality checks to be so intrinsic to how you are forced to play your character.
All right, let's go back over it then. So I wake up in the cleric. As a cleric, I wake up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do?
Depending on your god, you're going to set up whatever altar and or ritual you need to set up to give us this day our daily bread, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're gifted your divine spells.
And where does this diverge from the wizard saying, "I prepare my spells"?
The fact that you don't get to choose what spells you get.
Ah, I see. I see.
You get a random selection from your domains.
Yeah.
Now this is a random daily selection.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What is the benefit of that?
Improvisation.
No.
What I was going to go with is that the spells that you could be getting from your domain would not be the kind of spells that you would be able to access normally.
Mm.
And depending on how pious you are, how much the gods like you, you might be able to bend what you could normally get. So say if you do this kind of roll and RNGesus really likes you, you might get a spell a level higher than you're supposed to.
Right, which we can wrap that up in something of a different system where it's like, okay, mostly you have access to the spells that you're supposed to have. In 5e as a baseline, there's the cleric list, and then there are domain extras. And the domain extras could be something that was randomized. And given the circumstance, if your cleric wanted to beseech their deity, for instance, I almost said prayer check. That's a Lords of Brackus thing. What is it? Religion? Yeah, it would be religion, because normally I don't consider religion to be an element of piousness, but when it comes to knowing the proper rituals and things of that sort, I think religion handles that nicely as a skill.
Well, and you
So
mentioned
you
that
make a check, and maybe they reward you handsomely depending on what's going on. You basically handle it like a social check, except it's using a different skill set.
Well, and you mentioned there are the cleric, the generalist cleric spells, and then there are the spells as per domain.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, there are some spells in the generalist cleric spells that don't make sense to be given by certain gods.
That's possibly true, but you can extract...
Cyric God of Madness in Forgotten Realms, using the basic... Cyric God of Madness.
Well, you have two issues there. One thing is perhaps a cleric is not the best base class for something like Cyric God of Madness. Or whatever. Yeah, perhaps that's not the best class for him.
But somebody may choose to play a cleric of Cyric.
Will they?
Because
here's the thing.
had 3 players who played clerics of Cyric.
You guys are getting way off the rails.
Very much off the rails, because we don't have a Madness domain, largely because it doesn't fit thematically with the cleric as we interpret it with the current mechanics.
Now,
briefly, the second thing is you can begins in those edge cases. You can begin striking spells from the spell list. When it comes to, I'm a cleric of Azathoth, it's like, okay, well, you're not going to get access to any spells that heal. Or I'm a cleric of Sunni. Maybe I don't get access to any spells that deal direct damage on their own. You can handle those edge cases with edge rulings. I don't think they justify striking the.
To be quite honest, when it comes to it, the spells that would be outside of domain are the ones that I would be using in this hypothetical system would be effectively cantrips. The bigger ones would be the ones that would require the blessing of your deity. But moving past that, and this is one that the next one is Druid, and to be quite honest, I feel like the Druid is a class that I would divide, because I feel like between
the shapeshifters and the nature masters.
There seems to be you have the shape-shifting, you have the nature mastery, and you have the more shamanistic approach. Where some of it is based on the elements and some of it is based on the environment, and I do think that at the very least at the very least, the circle of animals and the circle of the land should be split. You kind of had this with the introduction of the shaman back with fourth edition to help take some of the load when it comes to animal companion and all that. And because of that, I think I would probably split it where the druid is the primal answer to the cleric. The shaman would be a more strict summoning class.
Okay.
The thing is that they would have companions, and the thing about those companions is that they are the epicenter when it comes to their particular spell casting. So I'd say the shaman would be for those characters who want to have a bit more battlefield control.
I don't think I like that idea in theory. I like that for a different system other than 5e. I don't think 5e necessarily has enough meat on its bones to support that much.
You can blame Crawford for that.
Yes, I can. Well, I can blame a number of people for that. Cass, if you're listening. Anyways.
Now this isn't the only offender with this, but I do think the druid is one of those classes where it's got too much on its plate.
In what sense? Like it has too many abilities?
Too many routes that it can take. When the key thing with a class-based system is when you pick a class, you're going to have a very strong idea of what you're bringing to the table. And this is the reason why
choice paralysis.
Yeah, this is the reason why the druid is the other part of the infamous Codzilla, cleric or druid.
What are we talking about 4th edition and how wonderfully it handled these various classes and the number of features that it gave you?
Oh, yeah.
Druid, I played a druid in your game. Druids have a number of different routes that they can take, which I think which worked out perfectly fine. So perhaps number of routes is not the issue. Perhaps it's when those routes are so severely divided within the class itself. You are either a Beastmaster or a pure martial character in the case of Rangers, for instance. And with Druid, I can definitely, there's definitely an argument for when it comes to the Druid, its Circle of the Land is Nature Wizard, and Circle of the Moon is Shapeshifter, and they are sort of two classes contained in one shell. But my solution to that isn't to divide them further, it's just to merge them a little further. We could go back to, given we already came up with primal mechanics for the Barbarian, we can simply go back to that mechanic where you have reaction rolls to given events within your immediate vicinity. And these could be expanded for other modes of play, but we're not doing that right now. Events happening within the given vicinity of you. An animal is killed, or plants are harmed. It would be something we would figure that out on our own. And you had a chance of being able to shapeshift from this point forward. And then some of these subclasses would have, some of the subclasses would focus more on the spellcasting element, and some of the subclasses would just give you more opportunities, or would be biased in favor of giving you more opportunities for shape-shifting and increasing the chances of these reaction rolls. I roll my d8, I roll an 8, I get to shapeshift. All right, well, I didn't roll an 8, so now it's a 7 or an 8, and so on and so forth. And the Circle of Moon just increases their chances faster and has some bonuses for when you're actually in that animalistic form. Whereas the Spellcaster Druid is going to have some features where, maybe they get an extra reaction roll for just casting spells or casting certain spells, etc., etc. You get the drift.
I will admit that you made a bit of an assumption with when it came to the whole subclasses thing, because you're assuming that with this reconstruction thing, I'm even using subclasses in that sense. And to be
Mhm.
to be quite honest, I'd be more inclined to use Saga Edition style talent trees than I would subclasses.
Not to mention, Indigo Dragon just mentioned that 13th Age does exactly what Ash was just saying about druids.
Yeah. Um,
That tracks.
and the 13th Age Druid is where it kind of highlights this whole thing, especially since the approach that it has is whether or not you're going to be a initiate in all in all three pillars that it has, or an adept in one, and initiate in one other, because it's a 3-point system. In a weird way, it kind of reminds me of Double Cross, but that's a story for another day.
Right. Which is mostly just an expanded subclass system.
Now, I can't say it's a subclass in the same way of 5e's subclasses, because, well, once you pick a subclass, you're stuck in that one thing,
Right.
and that's the only
It's not
subclass.
it's not a gift registry. It's an expanded shopping list.
Mm-hmm.
No, I understand the distinction there. I mean, goodness, that's how Lord Tabracus works. Is you're looking at a shopping list.
Yeah.
Except it's across all classes.
Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to the druids, I will admit I have a soft spot for the old Geomancer back in Final Fantasy Tactics, and therefore I have toyed around with the idea of spell lists solely based on environment and weather.
So what you're saying is that you really just miss Mog the Moogle from Final Fantasy VI.
Fuck you!
No! He's the original Geomancer! You take that back, you asshole!
I do not. We unfortunately have run out of our stock of Kupo nuts, so you're kind of screwed.
You know what? I always carry a bag. Fuck off.
But even with the other thing that I had considered, but I realized this would be punching way above weight. And yes, Brad, I'm very familiar with Saga Edition. I reviewed Star Wars Saga Edition. Good game. But something that I had considered is that as a class feature that they could beseech the spirits in an area to create some sort of radical shift, but it runs the risk of a backlash. The only reason I didn't go through with that particular line of reasoning is that it opened up far too many questions than answers that I'm not prepared to answer at this time.
Sounds like a feng shui master from some more Eastern fantasy.
Yeah, and
It's a bit outside 5e's purview at that point.
Yeah.
And next, we have the fighter, and this is if there's one class that I feel needs some dividing, it's this one.
Theater? Oh, I'm sorry. We're not talking about 3.5.
The fighter in third edition was a class that was full of traps. In fifth edition, it's the one class that held on to the healing surge and missed the point of the fucking healing surge. Because and yes, Xana, they are the feater, because, well, it's all bonus feats. And look, I'm gonna say it. Fantasycraft does the bonus feats better than any D&D has done it. But speaking of that, the problem is, ostensibly the pillar with the fighter is somebody who's good with weapons and armor. The problem is,
That's a lot of different things.
Yeah,
there are a lot of different things.
There's a lot of different weapons.
Like, are you talking about your typical what you see as a medieval European knight covered in scale or half plate or even full plate in some places with their swords and shields. By the way, the SCA can fuck off. Sword and board is not the only way to play a fucking knight. I'm sorry, that's some deep-rooted trauma. Or are we talking about some of the other armored opponents on battlefields you see, or even people that aren't in necessarily metal armor? Because leather armor was very common amongst fighting classes.
The other thing is whether or not the big problem that I have when it comes to this whole choice paralysis thing with the fighter is the expectation that they're going to have a certain singular weapon style and stick to that, when the obvious thing that they're trying to go that was trying to go with the fighter is your standard soldier. But if you look at soldiers through the years, even in more medieval eras, rarely were they carrying just one weapon.
That too.
Oh
wow, Doku. Okay, so we started like over an hour and a half ago. That's pretty gay. You are super late and gay right now.
Yes, you are. Now, more on point. I do have a. This is one of those cases where I do have to bring up my old beef with 5th edition's design, namely the fact that they had a really good idea for martial classes and they pissed all over it by limiting it to just one subclass. Yes, I'm talking about the Battle Master. I was there for the beta. That superiority dice were originally maneuver dice, and all the martial classes had it. And now, the approach that I'm considering with something like this is splitting it off into say, for a lot of them would fall into the purview of, say, a soldier, which would basically be the fighter in this case. But let's split it off into other not specializations in the sense of subclasses, but other styles. I'm trying to figure out how I can word that better. But to give a bit of an example when it comes to what I'm talking about, I'll bring up Fantasy Craft. It doesn't have a feater or a fighter in the traditional sense. It's split into 3 classes instead: the soldier, the lancer, and the scout. The soldier, of course, being the whole good in armor and the tanky folks. The lancer, self-explanatory, and the scout is for those light fighters who aren't necessarily thieves, but are what you can consider a thief that focused more on combat than on sneaking. That, if there's any class that is the definition of the choice paralysis issue, it's the fighter.
What is the choice paralysis issue as it pertains to the fighter?
Exactly what sort of weapon you're going to be utilizing.
Well, the choice paralysis of the fighter is pretty obvious from the fact that you can choose to do so much, but then it narrows you. By making the choice, you are then locked. You're locked in.
What, insofar as fighting styles are concerned?
Yes.
There are fighting styles. Once you've chosen a fighting style, you then have a very set track of feats you need to follow if you want to be effective, etc.
Mm-hmm. There aren't that many feats though in 5th edition.
There's
one for ranged weapons. There's one for heavy weapons. There's one with weapons with reach.
the locking in when it comes to 5th edition is within subclasses, and there's still a bit of
That's right.
there's still a bit of locking in regards to the fact that the now, putting aside the fact that their approach to Second Wind completely misses the point of Second Wind, there's the fact that the idea with the fighter is that they could feasibly use any kind of weapon. In practice, you're not going to be using as much of a variety of weapons as advertised. You're going to be using one particular style of weapon, one particular style of armor, and you're not going to be switching that up as much.
Generally speaking, because you don't have to. Like, once you get plate mail, there's no particular reason to take it off. I shouldn't say no particular reason, but the number of reasons that you would take it off as opposed to just having somebody else make up for the fact that you're wearing plate armor and you're noisy, which is pretty much the only instance it's going to come up in. Unless, of course, it gets destroyed by a rust monster and ooze. We get the idea there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no particular reason to take it off. Once you get to a longsword, there's no particular reason to not use the longsword if you happen to like using a longsword for your one-handed. What is it? The duelist fighting style? Yes, it's the duelist fighting style where you get a +2 to damage rolls when you're wielding a weapon one-handed and no other weapons. It doesn't stop you from using a pike. There are instances in which, if you're mounted, you might actually choose to use a lance. And the lance would be a statistically better option for you by and large.
But here's the thing. The way it's described is being able to use a variety of weapons.
Okay, I'm going to pull a designer here, and I'm going to translate what I think your complaint is, because I could dismiss that as you are able to use any weapon. The player just isn't going to do that because one, players naturally fall into ruts, and two, the player is going to find things that synergizes so that they don't have to expand. They're going to act in a way where they don't have to go out and expand their list of used weapons, used equipment, and things of that sort. But I think what you're trying to say is that you would like some incentive to go outside the bounds of those ruts. You would like an incentive to not shorten your list, but expand it.
Well,
more choice is better, so long as the choice
Mm-hmm.
makes sense.
As a case in point, consider the artwork for Valeros from Pathfinder, and I'm going to put this in the council for you guys. Now look at what you've got when it comes to what he has.
Bow, arrows, longsword, dagger. He's got multiple different types of weapons.
Yes. Xana, do you remember Anima? There is a certain class that I'm going with Anima, and I think you can guess where I'm going at with this.
I think so. Mainly because it wasn't one of the ones I made.
I'm specifically referring to the Weapon Master class.
Exactly.
Which the big advantage that they had was that they were able to buy combat modules for different weapons and weapon arts at a cheaper rate than other classes. And because the way I see it when it comes to it is that I do remember a custom class in the Pathfinder days of Giant in the Playground that had it where that had a variant fighter class. I think it was called Warlord. No relation to the other Warlord. That treated feats as things that they could prepare the same way a wizard prepares spells. And I'm not saying going that particular route, but I feel that the abilities for a fighter, they should have, I think, in this sort of thing, to have a sort of incentive. They should have sets of abilities tied to the different weapon styles, and being able to switch.
Let me help you out there and wrap this back in the track of rebuilding the fighter. We mentioned earlier the presence of maneuvers and how we should probably. I don't want to split the fighter up into 3 different classes because I don't give a shit about the medieval fighter or anything. That's not what this is meant to model. It's meant to model Kothar the Barbarian or John Carter of Mars.
Yeah.
We're modeling the fighting man archetype of Appendix N characters, who is the man who fights and keeps fighting. And is generally has some degree of competence, and at some point gets a castle and a domain, and hopefully a princess, or at least 2. So we have a standard for maneuvers. These guys are going to be able to trip people at some point. They're going to be able to push people around, and they're going to be able to switch their sword around in some capacity to disarm somebody. Or you can then take, and this was recommended to me, there was like a train of recommendations. I swear to God, it was design whispered down the lane. I think it was my buddy Knight talking about something that Matt Colville was talking about for one of his hopes that he was talking about with somebody else for 4th edition weapons, which was that each weapon he hoped would have a maneuver of its own that was associated with that specific weapon. So when you look down the list, and just by virtue of using the weapon, you would be able to attempt the maneuver. Now, obviously, this would be dependent on your stats. And this would, if you are a wizard who is attempting to use the Mordhau maneuver with a longsword, it's not going to go as well as a fighter using the Mordhau maneuver with a longsword, because a fighter is going to have larger strength or a higher strength score. So you get the idea. So that's the approach that we could take for the fighter, where they get a list of, here, only fighters get this, where, even a 5e where all martial classes got maneuvers, you could say, in keeping with the 5e standards, per se, the thing that's special about the fighter is they get the Mordhau maneuver, and they get special bonuses to these maneuvers. And certain other things can happen when they use these weapon-based maneuvers.
That is at the very least, that's something that I'd be willing to go with. Possibly with the class feature of them being able to switch weapons a lot faster than other classes.
Yeah, that's the theme we would be building is they're the fighting man. Because it's not a problem that they don't switch weapons often. They have very little incentive to, except for, oh shit, that guy's out of range. Let me throw my javelin. Well, he's out of range of the javelin, so I'll use my longbow. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But having an incentive to go beyond that, well, that's a different matter entirely, and there are reasons to do that.
Yeah. So next is the monk. And
the monk in D&D has always been portrayed as the Eastern variant of a monk.
So, and because of that, I think we should stick to that particular approach. Now, I should one of these days, if I ever open up a Teespring, one shirt that I'm probably going to put is reject grognardism, embrace weebery.
No. Don't you dare. How could you?
How could I? You clearly don't know me that well.
And now I am angry over something unassociated with this conversation. But we'll go ahead. Also, James Streisand says, remove weeb. He's wrong. You're wrong, James. But don't worry, this is the U.S.
No.
You're allowed to be wrong.
I'm 100% correct. No,
This-
it's funny because I don't mind having a little bit of Eastern-inspired things in the campaign, so long as they are in some ways contained in something. Because that's, I think we do have a lot of European assumptions when it comes to D&D, which is totally fine with me. When it comes to having sort of a wuxia approach to a given class, I think because let's see here, a pugilist isn't necessarily the same as a monk.
I've always argued recontextualizing the monk as martial artist.
Right, there were European martial artists.
Yeah, and there's
Some of them even came from monasteries.
well that and there's more than one story about bare knuckle brawlers and getting into fights around the pier. Now one of the things that now this does bring in one question that I think needs to be addressed first, and that how do we handle the whole monk weapons thing?
That's where we're starting off.
I figured I'd start off simple when
Okay.
it comes to it.
Shaolin monks.
Do we go when someone's picking monk? Should we treat it that they have the attitude of they are unarmed only, or are we adding in the monk weapon classification?
Even if we're going with a martial artist, I think we include a monk weapon classification.
All right. The second thing, and this is something that I'd considered. I have considered at some point of having them choose from sets of class features that are based on different martial arts styles instead of the all-in-one approach that seems to be taken so often. Because if we look at a lot of martial arts a lot of martial arts based characters in fiction, you have a lot of cases where the character is really good at one particular style, but they've integrated aspects of other fighting styles into their repertoire.
What about thinking about your fighting style being directly linked to your temple?
And here he is, Mr. Leighton Gay himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, blame Virginia's Department of Transportation. You'd think if you knew snow was going to happen, you'd actually do something preemptive about it, but I guess not.
I'm pretty sure they had the mindset that I often see where they think it's only going to be a little bit of powder.
It wasn't even that bad. It was just they're clearing out after the fact, so it clogs up traffic, and it took forever to get back home because I actually had to go into work today for once. So, yeah, Leighton Gay.
They don't have that many plows?
Apparently not. Or they did, and they just didn't mobilize them quick enough because every fourth or fifth car on the fucking road was a plow truck, and they're all going slow as shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's always fun in DC traffic, as I'm sure you can imagine.
But although this
anyways, off the road.
I will admit that there were a couple things in 4th edition's version of Monk that I did very much enjoy. One of them was the full discipline rule that was on several of their abilities, where that power could be used as either an attack or an alternative to a move action.
Well, just real quick, back on fighting styles. What would you think about having either A, you're dedicated to a certain style/temple, or B, you can never master one thing, but you can incorporate multiple styles in the same character? You're just always going to be
honestly
moderate.
Since we're dealing with adventurers, I'd be more inclined to go with the latter.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea of, you're not a master of anything, but you can adapt to everything. But that's just my personal preference. I was just curious to see what you guys thought.
Um, but I will admit that something I do think needs a bit of a tweak in this regard is flurry of blows. Because much like I said with rages, with flurry of blows, even though you're doing multiple attacks, you're still doing basic attacks. And it especially loses impact at high levels when almost everybody's going to be doing multiple attacks at some form.
I don't think that's the case. I believe that Blood Monks get additional features for their this is an add-on. You get to make basic attacks on top of all the cool shit that you normally get to do with Ki. Knocking people prone, stunning them. You have features because we assume monk weapons. Some of these weapons are going to be things that apply to feats. So you're getting more special abilities there. And the special abilities, hey, you get to make quote-unquote basic attacks on top of this. And I think on top of that, some of the different subclasses have modifiers on them. I think fighters, sure, they could get up there with their action surge, but they use that once, and eventually, at very late game, they get to do it twice, whereas the monk gets to pop this off round by round by round with and still kind of manage the resources.
Even with that, just the idea of just doing multiple basic attacks in one go, I don't know how I feel about that.
You don't find it personally interesting. That's fine. It's an option there for people who don't want to do interesting in a class that is filled of frankly quite a few interesting things, which of course you and I would both like to see expanded and made more interesting because we're never satisfied with that sort of thing. But
I do think that instead of having flurry of blows as the sort of basic attack, I would rather have it that potential combat styles have effectively much like I mentioned with the 3 phases of the Bard, a opening, follow through, and finish. So the more styles that you have, the more variety that you can do with flurry if you want to go that route.
I think that's probably where we should have started with the monk. Is opener, follow up, finish.
Yeah. So
because that would be an interesting class structure, and that goes back to, it's funny how this keeps coming up. Is we have the cleric that we mentioned, we have the bard that we mentioned earlier, all the way back at the beginning with using music or some other form of art, and having something that you did on your turn. And then throughout the course of the battle, you'd be able to modify it and do another thing and be able to modify that depending on certain events that happened in the battle. And that basic attack and I shouldn't say attack, action structure was something that we could port over to the cleric and something that we could port over now, I think, to the monk.
Well, it sounds like you're going more for a combo system. So
that's exactly what I'm going for.
So to pull on the idea, if you have multiple different disciplines, but you can't master any one single one. I'm going to be really, really basic bitch about this. So let's say if you start attack, follow through, finish. You can start with fire, but you can't have your follow through be water. But you could have your follow through be earth, and that means you can use water, but now water is instead lava. So you can get different type of finishing moves based upon what your initial attack and follow through is. I think that would add a lot of dynamic.
That is a wonderful explanation of that system.
Hey, he actually managed to find a way to make Way of 4 Elements not suck.
Well, yeah, because we packed it into a different action structure.
Yeah,
I will take the compliment.
Now, to be fair, I don't hate Way of 4 Elements in 5e. In fact, I on paper I'd like it. The problem is it's just a grab bag.
Well, I like the idea of having certain initial attack and follow throughs give you a certain different finishing move because it forces you to think like if you're fighting a certain type of enemy, what's going to be most effective against them. So like if you're fighting an iron golem, for example,
Yeah.
you want to start with fire, follow through with earth, and then finish with lava, melt iron golem, and get a crit, instant crit.
Well, not with an iron golem, because iron golems, they heal from fire damage, which is something which is in your example of the monk, they would very quickly have to figure out after their first attack, dealing fire damage, seeing that it healed them. Now they're unable to use water against it. Now they have to figure out some sort of correction to their initial slip up.
And just like that, we already made 5e more interesting. But no, I do like that type of structure with having a combo system, especially if you leave the weapons out of it. You actually have to channel ki or whatever your energy system is, because one screw up if you use a lot of energy on the follow through and it ends up just healing the like for this example the iron golem even more. Well, battle just swung in one move.
I think a lot of people who pick up monk are doing so because they probably are is because of either fans of martial arts films, fans of fighting games, or something along those lines. And given that, I'd say let's embrace that a little bit further and have it that instead of ki, we have instead of ki acting as a magic point pool, have it act as a momentum pool.
Okay, so you want to.
If you've seen a super gauge in any fighting game over the last 30 years, then you probably have a good idea on where I'm going with this.
That's what I figured you were going with, is the more attacks you land, it builds up your SP or whatever it is you want to call it, and then that gives you the points to have access to whatever finishing move you want based upon what you can spend. But if you miss, well,
you miss.
The approach that I'm considering doing with this is as you build it up, it's granting passive benefits to you, but spending that will give something a lot bigger, but you're back to square one. You're effectively putting everything into a single blow.
If we're putting that in concert with a combination system, we're going to have to make that that list of passive benefits is going to need to be pretty small.
Yeah, and it's not something that I planned on. It's not something I planned on being big. It's more a case of how much are you willing to risk on building it up. I had thought about having it that while building this sort of thing up, if you get hit, it resets to 0. But I didn't like that, so I decided not to go with that approach.
You have a few different options. Of course, at this point, we're getting a little bit outside 5e's purview.
So next is the lawful stupid, and when talking about the paladin, there is one image that I am legally required to share, even though the guy has fallen out of favor, but this was during his glory days.
Oh God.
No. I can only imagine.
No! No! He really has fallen out of his glory days, but I know exactly. Yes, I've seen this before.
Mm-hmm. Now, putting aside the fact that Paladin comes from the days of Charlemagne. Now let me get one thing out of my system. The argument that 5e had for a samurai class was fucking stupid. That whole a samurai is just a reflavored paladin. Fuck off.
No, it's not. How is
exactly what? A samurai is something that belongs in a different system for an Eastern setting.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can make a samurai for this setting. It'd be pretty easy.
I could rage at 5e's justification for that, but I'm not going to.
Now, when it comes to the concept of a paladin, I had buoyed back and forth about whether or not I'd have a paladin be a fighter variant. Ultimately, I decided not to. Now, paladins back in 4th edition were the ultimate tank. largely because out of all of the classes in the core books, they were the ones who had the most healing surges. Period. Especially since some of their abilities could be used by burning their healing surges. The approach that there's a couple approaches I could see happening. One is doing a gish of cleric and fighter, but really the paladin. A paladin doesn't draw his power from direct devotion to a deity, but rather devotion to ideals. At least in my opinion.
So you're thinking
that
more.
Divine magic comes from somewhere. I think that their ideals make them, and this is one of the issues I had with 5e, was like, oh well, if they draw it from an ideal, it's like I gotta like retcon that or something like that. I think that their ideals and their oaths make them ideal vessels for deities, and their deities, I don't want to use this term incorrectly. I think their deities approach them on far more equal terms because they want to keep a hold of this paladin. This is such a profound vessel for divine magic, and they are just trying to take advantage of it, provided that their ideals and the oath that the paladin has taken align in some capacity. And they're trying to, the paladin is a gun, and this deity is desperate to point it in some direction, hopefully other than itself.
Aaron's pointing out that we want to the way we want to rework things is that we want to emphasize combat more, and he wants the biggest choices to be before combats. That arguably is splitting hairs, but the reason why combat is such a focus with these is that, like it or not, D&D is a combat-focused game at the end of the day.
5e is a combat-focused game at the end of the day.
So was 3.5.
Yeah.
And definitely 4. 4 was heavily combat
definitely
focused.
4. Well, no, but myself and Aaron would go back and say, those aren't really D&D. Those are separate. Those are very different games from first and second edition.
They very much are.
First and second edition are extremely different from each other.
Yeah.
No, they're not that different from each other. You could... No. No, absolutely not. A lot of the domain features were still present in second edition, and you could convert content extremely easily. I think it's probably from first and second edition, it's one of the few instances in which you could use the term convert this content from this edition to this edition, instead of, it being an adaptation of like, oh, well, if I read an adventure in 4th edition, I can't exactly port that stat block over to 5th edition. That doesn't work. No. The entire point of 2nd edition was to make something that was very similar to 1st edition, but that's all moot point. Mm-hmm. And the style of game and the focus of the game, as prescribed by the rules, because what People House rule is material but orthogonal to our point here, we're looking at the rules and the situations that they produce. So 1st and 2nd edition, combat is extremely lethal. It's janky. It doesn't always make a ton of sense. And so combat is often seen as a negative, and rightly so, because it increases the chances that your character is going to die exponentially. A 15-minute combat in 5th edition is just a round, or if you're being unlucky, a half a round. In 1st edition D&D, that's a pretty hefty chance that your character's going to die, or at least some of their hirelings or followers. And hirelings and followers matter in 1st edition, whereas you don't really see them as often in 5th edition. So what Aaron's bringing up is the style of game where combat is super lethal, and it really matters, and you're going to focus on things like domain play, which is why so many of the chainmail rules are portable to 1st edition D&D.
Yeah. Now, getting back to the
combat, so that's why we're focusing on combat, because we're just rebuilding 5th edition.
Yeah. Now, getting back to the paladin. It is it. I'm. I do have. I do have to ask. I do have to ask this. Should the paladin be a half caster?
I don't think so.
Unlike the cleric, they aren't asking. They aren't continually asking for gifts day in and day out. When the difference between a paladin and a cleric, as I see it thematically, is the cleric enters the clergy and supplicates their god for power. The paladin makes an oath to the god and is bestowed power. It's not gifted; they're given a mantle of sorts. And as such, I don't think that casting per se is what they can and should do.
Should
Definitely,
should they lean more towards should they lean more towards being a avatar in a very limited capacity?
a limited avatar makes sense. And if we look at how paladins actually are historically, they're the militant branch of a church. Whereas the clerics can be militant, the paladins absolutely are militant. They're made to be the sword and shield of their deity. In which case, they should have some sort of, like what they currently have with the smite system, where they're allowed to channel divinity as part of their attacks. That's there because their god has bestowed that mantle on them, and maybe we could play with that limited avatar idea a little bit more in depth.
Well, that's kind of the direction I wanted to take it. For all you Warhammer and Warhammer 40k nerds, I would prefer to see the paladin treated more like a champion of chaos, and where you can either, depending on like how strong you want the devotion to be, or like what gift is bestowed to you by the gods. Let's say think of it like a path system in Vampire. Like, are you focused on attack? Well, the more evil you smite out of the world, then the god bestows additional powers onto you. Or you're focused on defense. If you take a hit to save another party member or one of your NPC, hireling whatsoever, you successfully take the hit. You get bestowed something, and it might be something as simple as healing. And that's something I would like to take away from the paladin, is the ability to act as a healer and also a tank. Make them more focused on either attack and defense, and if they heal, it's because you've earned the favor of the gods, and therefore the god will heal you so you can continue to fight. But don't let them just be able to say, like, oh, I'm just going to heal myself. Like, no, that should be more the realm of the cleric. So I'd say just get rid of that completely. Plus, it would force the paladin to focus more on exactly what it is they want to do. I think it would make combat more interesting, and in my opinion, it would make working together as a team in party combat a lot more. You'd have to rely on your members more, and you can't just pretend you're a World of Warcraft vanilla WoW paladin where it's just like, oh, pop a bubble, heal myself, divine intervention. Yeah, fuck that.
I don't know. A lot of the builds, rebuilds that we've been doing across the course of this class rebuild, across the course of this stream, have been make the base class interesting, and then more interesting situations can happen as a result of using those features that you are already cool and a hero and etc. You're already competent. And then the interactions, just by virtue of using the things that you have at your disposal, you're going to create interesting combinations. You're not forced to, which is how 4th edition worked. I could just be a druid, and I had a range of options at my disposal, but across the course of using those options, interesting moments would happen, even in combat, even if I didn't plan for them to happen, would just happen as a matter of course of other people using their interesting features. So one, that's the trend that we've been going across this stream. And two, I think that's the more interesting trend, because we already have a system in which many classes have to suffer and have to rely on other party members to be useful in some capacity. And what happens is if you try to bring all of them down, typically one or two classes still rise to the top. And I think that is the paladin now.
And that's kind of why, rather than having the paladin being able to be a half caster, make them focus on either attack or defense. but just be really good at one or the other. Or if you really want to meet in the middle, yeah, you're not going to get access to any of the really, really good stuff. Again, if you master just attack, you're obviously going to have access to more beneficial things if you want to be a damage dealer. Or if you max out defense, well, the inverse would be true. If you go for both, you're not going to be the greatest at either, but why would you need that if you already have someone who's really good at attacking and really good at tanking?
My question is, these are mechanical assertions about... I don't have a foundation for that. Like, I'm still not sure why anything that we've said says that they can't be a half-caster with that in mind, for instance. Or have some magical ability for which our natural resources make them a half-caster.
Well, that's why I used thematics. Mm-hmm. The thematics of a cleric is they join clergy, they supplicate the god bestows gifts upon them, and these gifts are then mechanically their spells.
Right.
Now, a paladin regains spells per day like every other Vancian caster in D&D. And in 5th, specifically, they can burn spell slots to do more smites and different types of smites. And that is what you most commonly see paladins doing. Their spell slots are slightly left to the wayside, except as additional smite power. So if that's the case, if they are a half-caster and their casting as a spellcaster is not being used, it is focusing on their pure class divinity type skill of smiting and vanquishing, in this case.
Why not cut out the middleman is your argument. And that is a fitting argument for it. And that feeds back into your earlier assertion about, basically trading in, okay, if you accomplish these specific activities across the course of the day, the paladin is something of a fitting opportunity for them to then gain magical powers from, okay, if you keep hitting this target round by round by round, eventually, your sword's going to glow with radiant light. If you manage to restore somebody, you get a successful medicine check to stabilize somebody, and that provides you with the opportunity to perform a miracle and perhaps heal them or heal somebody next to you.
And that was Doku's addition there.
Right.
Which is a good way to put it. The paladin is powerful because the god has laid this mantle on them in return for their oath.
Well,
so
kind of the way I was thinking about it is, whereas the cleric might pray for a miracle to happen, a paladin can make miracle happen through actions. That's kind of the dynamic I was thinking of.
Right. And that in of itself, as far as I'm concerned, is not a justification for just removing spells from them.
Yeah,
that's fair.
A thematic justification for going in a different direction if you had that different direction available. Which I guess I should have
phrased it as not necessarily removing spells from them, but changing the way in which the system that they can use magic works.
Right. Which is, I think, what we eventually looped around to.
Yes. We remove the whole spells per day thing that every other Vancian caster and half-caster has. And they channel the powers given them by their deity based on the actions they take in the name of that deity. And that can result in small miracles, which would equivalently be spells that they're granted on the moment.
Right.
Well, the reason I think that fits for a paladin too is because why are you, as someone who's a devout militant, religious warrior, if you're not out there, doing actions on behalf of your god, why should the god show you any favor? It kind of forces the paladin to have to be a much more active and aggressive character, which I think fits. But that's, again, just me.
That goes back to, you could just do that with spells. Well, the thing that go with the what is it, via positiva justification for these sorts of things, where we say, listen, your paladin is going to be able to do more, and they get to ramp up across the course of the day and just keep going and going and going, which is the purpose that the spells currently serve. Mm-hmm. Anyways, we're just wrapping it into something that fits not thematically, but we're cutting out middlemen and cutting out exceptions that otherwise get in its way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, there's a couple of things that I've considered. One of them is instead of a spell list, them being granted divine gifts. And usually these would be, at a lower tier would say them borrowing some lesser version of an attribute of their deity. Higher tiers of this might be their version of a holy avenger or their version of the paladin's mount or something like that, depending on the domain of choice.
Yeah. No, I mean, that feeds into everything that we were just discussing a moment ago. Is just domain choices going to alter. You have your oath, and then you have the supplicating deity.
Yeah. Now, also, since I usually say fuck alignment, this also gives a perfect opportunity to avoid that guy issue that happens with paladins. You know, the guy who wants to put the paladin in fall or die situations.
Wait, what's fall or die? I'm sorry. What?
Either die as a paladin doing something in the name of your god, or fall into being a blackguard, giving you no choice but to break your oath.
Mm-hmm.
Giving a that sort of choice, I think, isn't a failure of the class or of the player. That's definitely a failure of the GM.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of those situations where, like, listen, if you don't want to play a character who has the choice of following through in their oaths or facing some consequences for not doing it, don't play a paladin. But if you are just going to obsessively then just, if all you're trying to do is find some sort of loophole to say, aha, gotcha, now you lose all your powers given your character sheet and stuff like that, that's not so much the system as you churning. There are ways to build in safeguards for the paladin in the system where you lay out clearly what your oath is or the tenets of your oath, and the practical things like you don't strike an enemy while they're fleeing. And if you do strike an enemy while they're fleeing, you can no longer gain this. You no longer gain smites. Mm-hmm. You might actually gain some other advantage from it, but you no longer gain smites until you atone for it.
You know how I had mentioned the idea of having it so that smite is not so that turning is not necessarily limited to just undead, depending on build. Should the same thing also apply to smite?
No. Because I also don't like that thing about the cleric in particular. I like the idea that divine magic is inherently scary to undead, even among evil deities.
Well, the problem I have with that is that the undead are also explicitly tied to negative energy in most lore, and all the gods that govern over negative energy, then they just wouldn't have that type of effect on the undead.
Is that the case? Like the god of what's fucking Forgotten Realms? Bane. Is he one? Bane.
Bane is one of the gods in the Forgotten Realms.
Bane. So he doesn't have access to, for instance, his followers don't have access to any kind of curative magic. Because my assumption is, if you have the throne of godhood, you have access to that kind of positive energy play. Like that is part of seeding yourself.
Well, his domains are order and war.
Yeah. So there you go. I think he should be able to heal if he wants to. And then we go back to the discussion of like, all right, specific deities, if you're following them, are going to be like, yeah, you don't get this special ability. But because this is an edge case, you also get an edge benefit.
Yeah. Next,
at least in keeping with 5e.
Yeah, next is Rangers.
You mean the people who either have pets and fight with two swords, or pets and fight with bows? Or if you're a real edgelord and have way too much time on your hands, have dusky skin, purple eyes, and have a name that starts with D?
Just got to go ahead and drink rather than comment upon that.
I'm really, really starting to feel the sobriety.
Oh, I'm the one drinking, so you shouldn't be surprised.
That means I need to catch up because damn.
So when it comes to Rangers, let me get something out of the way first. In the early days when they were half casters eventually, where they could do divine spells, I was never in favor of that. And yes, I know what when it comes to Rangers, the big problem that I've always had with the Rangers is that so much of them in a lot of games is dependent on their environment. So a ranger has to be tailored for the environment that's in their background, or sometimes within the setting. And when it comes to them, I do think that things like favorite enemy, I'm kind of iffy about. I feel like at times the ranger is a bit over specialized, for lack of a better term.
Oh no, it's definitely in depending on how you build that ranger. The ranger is absolutely over specialized. It's too focused, and thus gets trampled over by people who can do the same things but better at higher levels.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a disclaimer to enter here, I suppose, because there are like 6 different versions of the Ranger, and then everybody's homebrew on top of that. What are we when we say they're over specialized? What are we putting a pin in?
We are put. It's mostly the fact that they focus on this one particular thing, which in this case is usually tracking a certain type of enemy, and
enemy specialization.
Yeah, and outside of that, when they aren't focusing on that one particular type of enemy, they are at a disadvantage compared to other classes. And even I'd say 5E's version of the Ranger is probably one of the weaker classes in the bunch.
All right, because if we're talking about the base class, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're over specialized, because the features that ostensibly give you some sort of specialization, some sort of specific impact on the game, don't have an impact on the game. Natural Explorer doesn't feature in the game. Favorite enemy doesn't feature in the game.
Are you saying that they're useless?
Yes. You like, oh, I make an intelligence check with advantage. It's like, so do 2 people. Mm-hmm. So does 1 person taking the help action.
That's one thing that I've seen, that they're that if you're using the Gamesologist tier system, they are a tier 4 or tier 5.
You can replicate those. And Aaron and I actually had a very long chat about this, which was a lot of fun, about the base 5e Ranger and whether or not, because that's the RPG shibboleth is like, well, it's, the class is okay so long as your DM actually uses the things that you picked. It's like, no, the DM uses the things that you picked and nothing happens. Nothing changes. Mm-hmm. The skills don't come into play. The flavor text that you're provided with give you nothing. But we're rebuilding for 5e. So in a different system, I'd be totally fine with having those specializations and stuff like that, provided that they were optional, where somebody wanted to say, no, I want to be specialized against undead. I want to have that always. I want to have that be my passive, is I'm always good against undead. I'm always good against dragon. That's good for some systems. particularly ones where you have hirelings and maybe multiple characters or multiple resource tracking mechanisms. In 5e, though, I think we could return to the structure of your favorite enemy is whoever you're looking at and whoever you're hunting right now.
So make it a tracking marker rather than just favorite enemy type.
Across the course of the battle, where like you choose an enemy. Okay, you get into an encounter. There is a skeleton and there is an ooze, and you're gonna pick ooze for this encounter, and you're going to get a benefit based on that encounter. Where like for a ranger, it would be like you don't suffer attacks of opportunity from the ooze as this encounter goes on, and then next encounter rolls around, and you retain that ooze benefit, but you're going to choose a different. You're going to choose a different enemy type. And now,
what you're referring to is not too far removed from the marking system that 4E had, and
that's
several
correct.
of these striker classes had it.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah, in fact the whole purpose with the striker classes was they would mark a specific enemy. They would do really, really well when it came to damage against that particular enemy. But because of the fact that there was a significant difference between that enemy and other ones, they had to focus on that one before moving on to other targets.
Oh no! That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the ranger comes across a certain number of enemies in a given battle, and from that roster of enemies, they choose a passive bonus based on the enemy type.
That I'd be willing to go with you. Are you saying that you'd have the ranger lean more towards a monster hunter, or even, I can't believe I'm going to say this, a witcher?
Either or. That's not necessarily. Here's the mechanic. Again, just get into an encounter. There's an ooze and a skeleton. I'm going to choose the ooze for this round, and for the rest of the day, I have a benefit because I chose the ooze. Which is I'm able to get out of, I don't suffer reaction attacks, and I don't suffer I don't suffer harmful effects upon striking an enemy. So that would apply for the ooze, but then if I later got into a battle, for instance, with a fire elemental, that benefit would stay. And that benefit would apply there.
All right, I can see where you're going with that.
We're looking at a floating passive benefit that goes on, and then we could follow our earlier model of, consuming the benefit instantly for a special action. Like I fought an ooze earlier, and I have a little jar. Now I have a little jar of ooze, for instance, and if I want to get rid of my benefit if I want to get rid of my floating passive, I can use a special action where I throw a jar of ooze on somebody and restrain them. This is off the cuff.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Mike Merles was when Larian Studios got permission to beef up the Ranger for development with Baldur's Gate 3. Merles was trying to play damage control, saying the class isn't as terrible and that players are to blame because they're not playing the game right, which is probably the worst.
Is that what happened? Because he did an entire Twitch stream on the Rangers are out underperforming, and let's give them some bonuses.
I think that's one of those cases of it was either that or get pantsed in public by people who are doing your job better. Because I've made it clear, Merles is a third wheel. I look at Merles as the guy who was the third guy on the list with some of the stuff he had done in the past.
I don't know. I have some of his earliest work with like Aerial Adventures and stuff like that. Like his original work is pretty. I usually get the opposite impression, like he is hamstrung. I guess that is a little bit of a third wheel where he is hamstrung by the people above him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I absolutely see him going, all right, we're gonna make these floating modifiers for the Ranger and these floating abilities that they're able to pick up across the course of the day. And Crawford saying, no, give them favorite enemy.
Well, so you
But
so you
we
think rogue?
playtested favorite enemy 6 months ago, and nobody liked it. Give them favorite enemy.
All right, so next would be the rogue. You know, the thief, the backstabber, all that stuff. And
The guy who does the stabby from the shadows most of the time.
I do think that having the rogue as the skill monkey creates that whole skill system problem that I mentioned before.
That D&D is not inherently a skill-based system.
Yeah. But in the I do think that something that should be emphasized instead is the rogue. The rogue's more Errol Flynn like aspects. When it when it com when it com but when it comes to rogues, I think instead of having them be a skill monkey, having them be able to use skills in ways that everyone else can't would be a better service. Because with the way skills have been set up for a while, a skill roll is what would be needed to sneak or pick locks or something like that, and everybody's got access to skills in some regard.
Yeah.
The playtest for 5th edition had them have a skill die that they could use as a boost or to expend for certain abilities, which I do think is an interesting concept at the very least. The approach that I'm considering with something like this is that when it comes to picking locks, anybody could potentially pick a lock, but a rogue would be able to do it either faster or not needing the proper kit, or be able to just improvise in ways that other people would have more difficult with it.
But that's again playing into the weakness of D&D at that point. When it comes to the rogue, being the skill monkey is kind of the identity they've picked up in D&D because of the fact that skills are so, well, counterbalanced.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think focusing on somehow enhancing their ability to use skills may be the best path. Especially since we've been focusing away from non-combat skills.
So when it comes to the rogue as a combatant, I think the focus would be on, you know, sneak attacks and dirty or unconventional fighting.
I think it should be battlefield control, trickery, misdirection, and other forms of re-maneuvering the battlefield to be favorable for themselves and their party. Because you can bluff, you can throw dirt, you can do all a bunch of different things as any class. But I think a rogue would have a unique understanding of how to best use those types of, for lack of a better, as you put it, for lack of a better term, dirty fighting techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since the role of the rogue outside of combat in D&D is already as a party support by being the skill monkey. If you go along with the idea that rogues are really good at party support, help them have a rogue help to get that soldier into a position where they're flanked and also getting an attack of opportunity from your paladin because you moved him within that 5-foot range unknowingly. Or get that, remaneuver them and misdirect them, so you can still get the sneak attack bonus. You're still doing the same things that you normally would, but you're changing your combat loop by changing what type of tactical actions you take before actually attacking. I'm going to be honest. I'd been dreading coming to Rogue because I didn't have a really good way to make them more unique than they technically already are. But definitely making it so that they can help redirect the battlefield from a tactical standpoint. I think that would probably be a good path to follow.
I could certainly see that. And because of that, I do have to wonder if they would be a class that would take advantage more of reactions.
Yeah, that could make a lot of sense, especially if through reacting to enemy movements, enemy attacks, enemy actions within battle, they can potentially slip up whatever the enemy is doing and put your party in a more advantageous position.
What I was thinking in this regard is something akin to the flexible attack in 13th Age, but in reverse. The idea being is kind of like a gambit, in the sense that you have a certain reaction that you can prep if that is dependent on the die roll that an opponent makes. So let's say if they make an attack roll and they roll odds.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could activate this effect.
That could work. Mm-hmm. Especially since, it gives you with that example, it gives you a 50-50 chance of, rearranging the battlefield to your advantage.
Thematically with a little bit of this is sort of like a Thief's Luck sort of mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Which was what I was going to bring up, was the fact that I think, because I had this discussion on my server some time ago about maybe making a thief class for 5e, because I know that there is a thief subclass for the rogue at present. And I wanted to make it more thief-like. I want Cudgel the Clever. I want, Faffer, or is it Faffer the Grey Mouse, or one of the two? Corvo Otano. And so somebody in my server had mentioned that, most of the time when people do rogues, it feels like, okay, this is a martial character, which skills were draped on as an afterthought, which Xenotrix has very helpfully explained outwards about why that is the failings of the skill system. While I was listening, while I was heading off, coming back from the bathroom, somebody did mention the presence of reacting mid-combat to certain events that were going on, and I think that giving the rogue or thief or whatever have you a reaction loop to things happening within combat, to where they would be able to use their skills, or not even skills, just give them the steal maneuver. Haha, I managed to I managed to undo your breastplate. I managed to, maybe not that one. God damn it. What did I think of that? I managed to steal your sword, undo your sword belt. Fuck.
Given there's also the fact that a core mechanic since 3rd edition has been attack of opportunity. What do you say to the idea that the rogue expands on that kind of thing, where in a lot of other cases when attack of opportunity is provoked, then people just get a free hit? What if you give it that the rogue has a list of options that they can do outside of just an attack?
I'd certainly hope so. I like that because like that is Cudgel, because I'm rereading through the Cudgel saga, or I'm finishing up. I read the original Cudgel the Clever, and I'm reading through the Cudgel saga now. Cudgel's best benefit is his quick thinking, is his immediate reaction to every manner of, which doesn't always get him out of, in fact, it frequently does not get him out of trouble, but it modifies the situation in a fashion that he gets to live.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just repeat that in 5e, where it's like, okay, somebody provokes a reaction by virtue of doing XYZ, and then the person gets to move, or they get to escape, and they get to backstab in.
So Mildra, would you say that one such action of opportunity, rather than attack of opportunity, since we're now saying that the rogue can do more than just attack in that instance, would be to switch the person's flask of cure minor wounds with a flask of spider venom?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going the sneak pickpocket route of Fallout. Got it.
Are you yes, you can have exploding pants.
Exactly. We'll put a gnome explosive in their pants.
And part of the reason I remember playing through Assassin's Creed 2 and meeting up with the Fox, who the reason you end up meeting up with him is one of his cronies steals your wallet, and at the end of your meeting he gives it back, but you end up getting extra. And I had joked at the time that he gave you your wallet back and gave you extra, just to show that I'm borrowing you some money. I can steal this back anytime I want. Because again, the Fox was somebody who managed to rob people out of their friggin' while they were sitting in friggin' pews in church.
Yep.
And that is the approach I could see a rogue doing, or even just that they could easily just uncork the vial that somebody has, and all that healing spills out, or somebody accidentally spills their whole flask of alchemist fire.
Yeah. I opened up the flask. What's your action of opportunity, Rogue? I open his flask of alchemist fire inside his.
Mm-hmm.
However many
Use the
feet in direction in panic, because
alchemical
he's on fire.
Use a poison.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Basically making them reaction based. I think it works.
Yeah.
I still think the best one is, I have this gnome explosive, I'm putting it in his pocket.
Yeah. Now next is one of the bigger case of sorcerer, or rather bigger case of caster with the sorcerer. Now one of the core tenets that they have is the whole bloodline thing. I'd say keep that. And although in a lot of cases I don't want to go with the whole, well, you have sorcery powers because your ancestors slept with a dragon. I don't like that kind of I think we can skip past that particular implication. But sorcerers should definitely be a more raw kind of spellcaster. And I've seen it handled in 5e with the fact that they're the main class that gets meta magic. I'm of two minds about whether or not,
and they can.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that while I think only them getting metamagic, or them getting metamagic easiest and almost immediately was kind of it leads to some interesting modifications we could make to that system to make their whole entire casting, their entire casting thematically and mechanically different than a wizard's. Because if you look at it mechanically, they're just a wizard with a smaller spell list.
Who doesn't have to prep their spells?
Well, they still have to do a long rest to get them back.
Yep. Spell preparation isn't quite as important in 5th edition as prior editions.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was going to say, since we're talking specifically 5th edition, spell preparation for a wizard and spell preparation for a sorcerer are essentially the same.
Yeah.
In some capacities, I mean, my goodness, given that the sorcerer has been a magic, they are in many ways better wizards than wizards.
Oh yes, I'm not discounting that fact. I'm just saying when it comes to pure spell preparation, where they're both taking their long rest, they both just pick what spells they want to fill their slots with, and then after their long rest, they both have it. One got it because, well, they got it. They're a sorcerer.
No, exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying is the sorcerers have something, because we brought up earlier how they were like stepping on each other's toes, which they of course absolutely are. And I think something to keep in mind with the sorcerer rebuild is right now they're basically the master of magic. They just don't have access to quite as many spells. But why you need as many spells when most of the ones that you're going to be casting are either, well, I get haste, so I'm going to be casting haste, or I'm going to be casting bigger fireballs.
Well, why not do it like this? And again, I'm going to be basic bitch about this, so apologies in advance.
Stop that.
If a wizard is a conjurer, it's like, oh, I can cast haste or make fireball or do an ice bolt or whatever. Yeah, that's what a wizard does. Why not just have the sorcerer be a character that just uses base level, arcane magic? And if they want to do a fireball, well, is there a torch in the room? Do you want to cast ice bolt? Is there ice? You want to do haste? I don't know. How strong is the wind blowing? Like, they could use everything, but make them have to utilize their environment. Just they manipulate their environment using magic instead of actually having to rely on, conjuring a specific spell.
Instead of using the spell system. Now, this is interesting because so here's the thing. I think sorcerers have a little bit of inspiration. They weren't included in the original set of D&D, but I think that they have inspiration from Appendix N books or Appendix N sequels. In, for instance, the Amber Chronicles. There are quite a few sorcerers in the latter 5 books in the Merlin cycle.
Why are you naming a book series I love near and dear to my heart? Oh, you.
It's wonderful. The Amber Chronicles of Amber are some of the best written fantasy
Roger Zelazny was a genius.
He was so. Oh God, I wish he hadn't died before I met him.
Ash, you and I, we're buddies now. We're best friends now.
Absolutely.
That's how that works. This is how this works.
I have no objections. I have no objections.
We both plague Monk's existence, and we both love the Chronicles of Amber. There's no greater friendship.
Indeed, 2 points of commonality already. It's because here's the thing: is there are all these sorcerers there, and they have some sort of advantage where they all use hanging spells. They all use spells proper. But once they run out of, and they use a semi-Vancian system for doing it, they just do it a little bit faster. But once they run out of spells, and Merlin describes this at some point, is they're basically reduced to using basic energies and throwing them at each other.
Yep.
So there's a spell that forces the staircase to disappear into another plane, and this turns the person, this sends out sleeping bubbles. After that, I shoot fire out of my hands because I'm out of spells. I'm tapped out.
Yeah.
And that ties into one other thing, and then I'll get to my actual point, which is in Lords of Brachus, I don't have a sorcerer class right now. Certainly not going to be included in the base system, but I was toying around with if I do include a sorcerer, what will it be like? As a baseline, there are 2 skills already that you can use in Lords of Brachus to produce either magical tricks or enhance magic in some other capacity, which is linguistics. You could use magical languages like Celestial, for instance, or Spriggan, or Sylvan, or Druidic. Or you can just use your Arcana skill. And the conclusion I came to was if I wanted to have a sorcerer, they would just be somebody who didn't have spells. that went up and up and up. They didn't even have magic, because spells aren't the only magic in Lords of Arrakis, obviously. Everything, there's 4 different systems that you could tap into, but sorcerers didn't really have those. All they had was they could how the different ways in which they could manipulate the Arcana scale. I think we're going back to our little earlier combo system, just using the sorcerer's ability to, they get to create these magical combinations, and they have to worry about certain combinations don't really mesh, they don't really mix and match, and all of a sudden meta magic isn't something that you apply to a bunch of spells and either make that, and now we have to worry about whether or not the spell system is overpowered, because we have to worry about heightened spell, or we have to worry about this thing that twins spells or anything like that. It's like, no. We're worrying about what the sorcerer can make out of their hands. They're making lightning, and if we know that anytime that the sorcerer makes lightning, it's going to be an incrementing dice of series of d6s, and it's never going to go above this amount, and they have to twist them if they want to be able to move them around. Okay, now twin spell or twin arcana or twin magic, whatever we would call it for the sorcerer, is actually a lot more contained. And that's their meta magic now acts as sorcerer maneuvers rather than something that any spellcaster can take to work with spells. It's like, no. Sorcerers work with the raw stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some descriptions that sorcerers don't necessarily cast a spell as much as they uncork it.
Well, and then the description in 5e specifically says that they're wielding elemental energy and creating with their force of personality.
Yeah,
and bad things happen if they don't uncork.
Yeah, and the reason they're charisma-based casters is because it's not coming from learning like it is with a wizard and intelligence. It's not coming from supplicating your god like with a cleric. It's coming from, I am using my brain and my heart to make this fireball as big as your fucking house. Now die.
Fighting spirit.
I kind of viewed it as to contrast a sorcerer to a wizard. I would look at the way they use magic as the ability to manifest versus the ability to manipulate. So, yeah, a wizard might know a lot of spells and they can do stuff with it, versus the sorcerer just has raw magic powers. So what they can do with it is really just limited to your imagination and what you have at your disposal at that point in time.
This brings up one thing that I joked about when I talked with the creator of Swords and Wizardry, and I was mentioning it as in jest, but it's one of those things I've given thought about over the years. So sorcerers are manipulating the raw stuff of magic. We've established this. So then the inevitable question that I have to come back to is, why are they using structured formulaic methods of spellcasting? I.e., why the fuck are they having a spell book?
That's my point. That they shouldn't be pulling from a spell list and preparing spells at night. Because that's exactly what's happening in 5e. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. They're just a mini wizard with meta magic. They should be pulling an effect they want to achieve and then spending some sort of resource to achieve it.
Oh, exactly. That's why I say, rather than manifest something, it's more they have the ability to manipulate using their, inert raw magic ability within them. Do I want to throw an ice bolt or do I want to make an ice golem? I don't know. Make the roll. You can, as long as there's snow or ice in the vicinity or the environment that you're currently in, go ahead and do it. But you're not a wizard sitting there I'm going to conjure a bolt of ice. It's
and you can let them conjure a bolt. You can actually let them conjure a bolt of ice. It's just they're conjuring a mote of ice, and it doesn't really do much on its own. And if they sort of taking the what's the one spell? I believe it's lightning storm. What is it? Call lightning. From Druid.
The one where the clouds and then you can tell it to strike lightning down.
Exactly. And there's a little note, and this is extremely rare in 5e. There's a little note about hey, if it's already stormy out, this does extra die of damage. How cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it
And you can
does.
basically pull that with the sorcerer. It's like, hey, if there's already ice in this room of a volume that you need, congratulations. You could spend one less point on it.
This might be.
Now-
Sorry, real quick. This might be an. Like
Of course, you could have magical armor, like just like a trinket you carry with you that has that's always on fire or something, and that could work too. But now this boils down to an old metaphor I used to use to explain my own system of wizards versus sorcerers versus a whole bunch of different other caster types within fiction. Wizards use the rituals and items that they have to create a construct and then drape that construct with the stuff of magic, and the construct acts as machine code to make the stuff of magic achieve the effect they want.
All right, well, now you're just creating an artificer.
Well, no. They're not literally creating like a mechanical artifact. He's
using construct in the same way, in the same sense as like computer code.
Yes.
No, I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whereas a sorcerer just takes that stuff of magic and mishmashes it around until it does what he wants.
The approach that I've often done with my students is a wizard is the person who follows the directions to the letter when building Legos, or follows the recipe to the letter when cooking. A sorcerer throws a bunch of shit together that they have a semi-decent idea of what they're making, and just hopes it doesn't explode. And with Legos, they just freestyle the fuck out of it. They just grab that big blue bucket that we all had as kids and just make whatever they feel like.
Mine was purple. Fuck you. In fact, it's still in the closet at my childhood home. My mom still has that bucket of Legos.
Yeah. But also, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out how gloriously broken you can make yourself by multi-classing a sorcerer with a paladin.
Oh God, yeah, that would.
Dragon, yes, you got my analogy perfectly. Wizards are computer programmers. But so in the end, the way I'd go with the sorcerer is they have the ability to conjure the raw fabric of magic. And so that would be basically like your force damage spells, your magic missile or whatever. They would have the least amount of cost to use it. But the flip side of this is that they fall, if we are going with this particular look at things, they fall outside of standard Vancian magic, which to me is not a bad thing because I fucking hate Vancian magic, but Everybody has a preference.
Yeah. Now, next is the Warlock, and I will note that I'm still looking forward to at least trying out the Red Opera module, which is built entirely around Warlocks. Check my interview with the developers of that. And you know how I mentioned that the cleric should not be picking their spells, and I was willing to compromise a little bit on that fact. When it comes to the Warlock and how they get powers by literally making a deal with the devil, or a deal with the Fae, or a deal with the elements, or a deal with dead gods, this is one case where I am going to be putting my foot down a little bit harder. I do feel that Warlocks should not be picking their spells.
Not to mention the fact that the reason that they're charisma casters is because it's all about what they can cajole out of their side of this uneven fucking contract.
Yeah. If I were to use a comic book example of a Warlock representation the way I see it, John Constantine.
Oh yeah, Constantine would definitely be a Warlock. But if we want to use a classic example, the one that the Warlock class is based off of, Faust.
Yeah.
It's all about the Faustian bargains here, people.
And
Come down to Faust's bargain bin.
oh, god damn it.
We'll get 3 souls for the price of 1.
Great. Now you've got me thinking of the devil portraying a used car salesman, and I hate you.
You don't think that every used car salesman isn't the devil?
This is why I hate you.
I'm getting a feeling of somebody in a wizard hat calling Saul from that AMC series Better Call Saul.
Or Peter Stormare as a used car salesman.
You know, there's a long running joke that usually ends with a. Any of you ever heard the joke about the engineer who got sent to hell?
Yes, I have.
Built a massive AC unit, cooled off hell, made everybody happy. Apparently, he was supposed to be going to heaven. St. Peter says, "Well, in that case, I'll just sue you." And the devil says, "Yeah, where are you going to get a lawyer from?"
Yep.
But when it comes to Warlocks, and I do think that divine Warlocks should be at least a possibility. The idea that somebody struck a bargain with some sort of god or minor god to get abilities. I know some people say that should be a cleric. I don't think so, because a cleric is doing the whole total devotion thing. A Warlock is doing it because they're in it for themselves and they want something out of the deal.
Or they were dying and had no choice.
Mm-hmm.
I can save your life, but you just have to devote yourself to me for forever.
But if we weren't rebuilding 5e, this is one of those things where I would just take it out and have it be a reward system for something else.
Yeah.
But with regards to the Warlock, don't really have. Yeah, I don't know what I have for these guys, unfortunately.
Now, I
maybe packs of specific sacrifices that you engage in combat.
When it comes to the whole the big problem with Warlocks, in my opinion, is that the dread that's supposed to happen with the whole deal with the devil never really has a chance to manifest outside of narrative. And that's assuming that the GM takes advantage of said narrative, which there's no guarantee that they don't, which means that doesn't mean a damn thing to me at this point.
So what you're saying is that Warlocks have to suffer perils of the warp. Got it.
Honestly, yeah. I'm not going to go that far, but
what, you don't think that the Fiend would come out and crush the head of his Warlock if he failed a specific check? I certainly think he would.
There's also the fact that in something like 4th edition, even other mages look at Warlocks with a bit of a sideways glance.
I I mean, they did essentially sell themselves to the service of something terrible and unknowable.
Mm-hmm. Now, I do remember that the Star Pact Warlock Back and Forth edition did suffer from multiple ability dependency. But when it comes to the Warlock, for one, I do think that whether their services are to a fiend, to an archfey, or what have you, they should have a much they should have a bit less control over their choice of spells.
I also think that you know how the Warlock has those boons, like the ability to see through magical darkness and such.
Mm-hmm.
I think each boon that they take should make them look visibly less and less like whatever race they are, just as a flavor thing.
I.e. that they should have certain tells, and I could certainly see that. And
that's a flavor thing. So I mean, it's not super mechanical unless you're doing more social stuff. But
yeah,
I just think like if you have the ability to see through magical darkness, your eyes should probably glow.
Yeah. When I'd say something else when it comes to warlocks is the fact that there should be an element of danger when it comes to their magic. Simply because of the fact that it's relying on a deal. Now,
yeah.
Now when it comes to putting mechanics onto their deal, that's something I'm not comfortable doing because that is going to be extremely dependent on the table.
Yeah,
Wait, walk me through that one more time, real quick.
What do you mean?
What you just said? Can you rephrase that, or just say it again? I need to soak that in a little.
When it comes to putting mechanics onto the deal that a warlock makes, I'm not 100% comfortable with putting specific mechanics on deals to an extent, simply because that should be a table by table thing. But I do think that there should be an element of danger when a warlock is using their magic,
such as "What are you going to give me for it this time?" thing.
Yeah, I don't think. Much like how I said sorcerers shouldn't be using a spell list, I don't think warlocks should be using some sort of fire and forget. If anything, this is the one class where I'd say they should be rolling to even cast their spells.
Or casting from hit points.
One thing that comes to mind is the hucksters from Deadlands.
Yeah.
Where in their case, they are making poker style bets with spirits, and if they win that game of poker, then the spirit has to do the one thing that they ask.
And if they lose,
So what are we looking at for prime mechanic for warlocks?
We're looking at changing the idea of making a deal with something, give you a spell list and a set of boons, and doesn't really do anything else mechanically, to making the deal intrinsic to the abilities you get.
Yes.
Because the whole thing about the warlock thematically is, as we've already said, you've made a deal with a terrible being, a being of incredible power who doesn't necessarily have your or anyone's best interests in mind, but anything beside their own interests. And that's going to come with a very specific and wide range of dangers.
Right.
So,
this is the thing that goes back to whether or not you're choosing spells and stuff like that. I think in the warlock's case in particular, if you have any kind of bargaining power with a deity, or not with a deity, with a creature power like this, and you're offering your service the best, like no, you are absolutely choosing your spells. Right, because that is negotiated as per the terms of the contract.
But the thing is, you already get a list of boons to pick from as a warlock.
Mm-hmm.
the spells. Monk's whole thing is he doesn't think that they should have a spell list to pick from. That they have to bargain for spell power every time they want to achieve some sort of spell effect.
I'm against warlocks
Awesome.
having casting fire and forget.
I'm not sure what that means, unless it means Eldritch Blast, in which case I know what that means. But
that they can just cast the magic and there's no consequence for casting.
no, what I'm fire and
There's
forget.
they're casting magic, and they're still beholden to whoever it is that they got the magic from.
Fire and forget entails that whenever you cast that spell, it's you do an action and declare that you're casting the spell, and the spell happens. That's what I mean by fire and forget. The
All right,
warlock is one case where I do not feel like that is appropriate.
Okay.
And Ash, the whole thing is, you said that they're still beholden to that entity. The problem with that is that's unless you're taking advantage of that actively on a table to table basis in social settings and other settings within the system, that doesn't manifest in combat mechanics.
Yeah.
You're still beholden to the entity. Oh, okay, big deal. It doesn't do anything to you in combat.
That's my entire point, because that's the assumption we've been operating under across the entirety of the stream, is that whoever it is, each of these classes, we're not looking so much to generate other modes of play. We are starting with the assumption that we're working with a combat game, and then saying if we happen to develop mechanics that can be used in other modes of play, most notably the social realm, for instance, with our bard, so much the better. But we're starting with the assumption that we're working with combat mechanics.
Well, and then that's why I made the
briefly.
joke about perils of the warp.
Right. Well, if we're looking at the nature of these deals and things of that sort, it's like no. It's like, I give you X, I give you this devotion, or I agree to do this, undertake this quest for you, and in turn, you give me magical power. I think of it as being much more of a hands-off sort of thing. But if you wanted to make an adjustment, we could go back to our paladin, where you're doing certain things across the course of the day to gain more favor or gain more benefits from your particular patron. And you can beseech your patron maybe for getting a little bit of extra, depending on what you've done. So let's take our fiend patron, I suppose. You go through the course of the battle and you mark your enemy. And as your enemy starts dying and starts taking damage, half of that health is fed to your patron or whatever. And this makes them kind of happy. They're relatively pleased like this. So they might give you an additional boon for the day. But say you mark your allies instead, as your allies take damage, or the simple process of marking your allies makes the demon really happy, because they love the subtle betrayals of this activity that's going on. Maybe it's harder for your allies to heal back their health. The demon might give you the boon off the bat. But what then happens if, for instance, your allies don't take all that much damage? Demon already gave you the boon. So that's how you manifest the trickery and the repeated bargainings and negotiations and underhandedness that comes with these sorts of bargains. That comes with a Constantine style bargain. Is he treated like, yeah, go ahead and give me this, and I'll give you this. Well, what a shame! It turns out that wasn't that useful for you, but it was useful for me. So shame. That's how you incorporate that into the combat mechanics.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to I'd say one other thing is when it comes to their approach, I realize that they have the whole always having their spells at maximum capacity, but but I don't think they're going to have that issue with this approach, especially since warlocks in 5e right now
Are OP.
are definitely OP.
Eldritch Blast is broken as hell. I'm not gonna lie.
No. No, I've been working in game design for like 2 years. God, everybody uses broken. I've been doing it for more than 2 years. Everybody uses broken. So now I'm going to. It's 2 a.m. So I'm going to yell.
Yeah.
It's not broken. It's it's reasonable in terms of damage. It's reasonable in terms of average damage and the different modifiers you can place on top of it when taken with the amount of external short rest or long rest features that the warlock actually gets. Now it's a force damage version of a slightly underpowered fighter.
Oh, and it can target at the highest levels. It can target up to 5 different things, or all 5 on one. And then with certain boons you get, you can make it go across an entire battlefield with better accuracy than a short bow.
Which no one will ever do.
Except I've seen plenty of people do it because you can also then...
The number of combats that you engage in, which are at 1,200 feet, no. No, but these are edge cases and do not matter. And they just make the warlock a little bit cooler in an instance in which nobody would be cool.
But then you also take a feat that makes you ignore 1/2 and 3/4 cover.
Yes, in which case they're just a longbow. But a little bit cooler because they go across a situation. This is like, oh, well, what if the guy flies up a mile high? It's like, we're in a dungeon with a 10-foot ceiling. Nobody cares. The dungeon is 30 feet across. Nobody cares.
When it comes to the whole benefiting cover thing, never really cared for that.
High possible maximum number. This is an artifact from the 3.5 days. This is one of the sins that WotC has to pay for. It's like, oh my god, I can get this number so incredibly high. It doesn't matter because it doesn't come up. It doesn't come up. Combat encounters are taken within 120-foot ranges by and large, and that's at the high end.
Now that being said, when it comes to much like how I said that clerics should have all roads lead to channel divinity, I do think all roads should lead to the boon system for warlocks.
Yeah, because those boons are the primary factor of what differentiates them from other casters.
Mm-hmm. But last but certainly not least, we have the wizard. Yes,
I forgot that they were after warlock.
Huh?
It's alphabetical order. WA comes before WI.
I just completely forgot about them.
Yeah, and
that's not hard.
I had to get one rincewind joke out of my system.
Only one? Monk, I'm disappointed.
The worst design class in this entire game.
In 5e, wizards?
In 5e. They're awful.
There's no reason to take them. Like, I legitimately could not think of a single reason to pick a wizard over, say, a sorcerer or a warlock.
Lot of magical wheelbarrows. Isn't this so much fun?
Yeah.
Evocation, I'll say this, evocation wizards make for pretty good blast wizards.
Yeah, but you can do the blast wizard thing with a warlock or a sorcerer just as easily.
Spell sculpting is like the one advantage that they have. But you don't get the cool stuff for transmutation. You don't get the cool stuff for conjuration. You don't get the cool stuff for necromancy. You certainly don't get the cool stuff for illusion. Illusion is shit in this game because you cannot replicate the sense of touch except in very specific edge cases, whereas I should be able to do it as a matter of course.
You pissed off Aaron.
What happened with Aaron?
He said, as a wizard main, you what? But when it comes to the I think the wizard,
we
oddly
are.
enough,
This is not what we were talking about.
yeah, oddly enough, I think the wizard suffers from the same problem that we talked about earlier with the fighter.
Too much.
To James had put it in the sense that there's not enough incentive to utilize the variety that the wizard has.
Yeah, too much and not enough.
I'm going to flip this around a little bit because I think it was in the fighter it truly was. It's just like, no, you have a standard array of things which are perfectly fine to use, and you just don't have an incentive to go outside the bounds, which is actually a good problem to have. With the wizard, and we're going to address this with Aaron's comment, the wizard can know a million spells. Doesn't matter. In combat, you cast haste.
In combat, you cast haste, and then you start casting your combat spells.
And then you start casting fireball. Because you are limited by the concentration system.
Or chain lightning. I fucking love chain lightning.
Indeed. Indeed. Listen, I don't have any issue with that. Because you are limited by the concentration system, you are unable to cast another concentration spell without ending
the first
effect
one
of the previous concentration spell. And virtually 90%, it's over 90% of the duration effects in this game are concentration. All of the ones which are battlefield control spells, with one or two exceptions, are concentration.
Which is why I said chain lightning is one of my favorites.
Aaron, that's not the fix. That just replaces haste with something, with the next best thing that you wouldn't have used otherwise unless haste didn't exist.
It sounds like you want the whole concentration mechanic dead.
I do want the whole concentration mechanic dead, but that's orthogonal to the wizard. It's not orthogonal to the wizard. It might be orthogonal to our conversation here. But the point of bringing up is that the wizard's vast utility of spells is like 90% of these things he will not use. This is not utility. This is another 3.5 artifact. It's like, oh, I have 18,000 spells. Doesn't matter. You're going to cast 3 of them. Except in 3.5, you were able to cast all of them. And Wizards of the Coast, since 5e is 3.5 for babies, and we threw out all the advances that we made in 4th edition, now we have to say, oh, well, here's our Band-Aid to make sure that you don't stack too many concentration spells. So then they jerked the other knee to say, well, wizards have variety. It's cool, right? No, variety is not cool unless you can use variety.
So the problem wizards had in 3.5 wasn't that they had a bunch of variety and only a small amount of spells to cast, or even just the fact that they could stack concentration spells. It was the fact that stacking certain concentration spells caused turn order to break, and for a group-focused game to become the Wizard Power Hour, because they liked to break it, apparently. But yes, the whole, I'm concentrating to hold haste for the next minute, which is how many rounds in 5e, everybody?
10.
Exactly, because they changed
it's going to be over in 3 rounds, so it's like...
Yes, it's going to be over by the time you've cast 2 more spells.
Yeah, and those 2 other spells are going to be Fireball, because you're not going to risk losing your concentration spell for a Big Beast Hand or something like that, unless you really, really need it. Or it incentivizes you to be less creative and to be more stingy with your spells, which is the opposite effect of what you want. You want them blasting out and then going, oh shit, I lost all my spells. I know how to do this encounter.
Well, and
your wizard learns how to do resource management.
There's one other spell they'll cast besides Fireball, depending on how they need to get around certain things. Demi Door. You can't forget Dimension Door. It's an instantaneous, so it doesn't take your concentration.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, but they'll only use that for repositioning, and maybe fly if they want to, be in midair for, dramatic
thing,
effect.
Aaron, we're talking combat and stuff like that. I would love an excuse to cast Wall of Sand, but Wall of Sand is I am forced to compare it to haste because the game has said I can only cast one of these at one given time. So matching up haste against Wall of Sand, haste is going to win every single time. There will be singular exceptions to that in which haste loses maybe by a little bit, but haste is still a fine option to cast. So what happens is I will just never pick Wall of Sand. That's one of the reasons why I like the OSR style of randomizing spells and things of that sort, doing spell research, and you have a chance to learn the spell if you select it. So you're gonna, if somebody tosses you a scroll of Wall of Sand, you're gonna learn that because you're gonna go for it. You're gonna pick up whatever scraps you possibly can. That's one of the advantages of that system is that you start forcing people to randomize things as opposed to going for the same thing over and over and over again.
Is it just me, or did they make Chain Lightning cheaper than Chromatic Orb in 5e?
The material component, you have nothing to spend gold on anyway, so gold's no object.
Well, I mean, a bit of fur, a piece of amber, glass, or a crystal rod, and 3 silver pins is way cheaper than a diamond worth at least 50 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Now, this might lean a little bit into an artificer, but there's a couple things that I want to propose. Now, one of them is the fact that, well, with 4E, wizards, instead of their playstyle being determined by their by the spheres of magic, it was more determined by the implements that they would specialize in. A wizard who preferred using orbs would have some differences in style and approach versus one who used wands or a staff. And then later on they added tomes to the mix. And I do think, and obviously you need to be wielding said implement, but I do think building around that might be a better approach.
I'm going to agree with you. I think that is stepping on the artificer's toes. I want to be an illusion specialist. That's the fantasy I feel like I go for when I go to the
But this ties into a problem. D&D has constantly wanted to do the whole, wizards can use a variety of spells, and yet they want people to specialize at the same time. That feels like it's pulling on both arms 2 different directions.
Not that much. It's just it's like the fighter thing earlier. And again, this is fine. It's like, okay, you get to use any number of these things. But hey, by the way, when you do use XYZ, you get a little bit of extra something. Mm-hmm. And maybe you get a few extra abilities to, lumped in with them. So for the wizard, if I have an ability to make part of an illusion real, that doesn't mean I never cast Fireball. There's going to be plenty of instances in which I cast Fireball because I just want to cast Fireball. But I know if I cast this one illusion spell, I can have a little bit of extra fun.
Go ahead.
My proposal would be since wizards are the researchers of magic, they are the people who study and investigate magic. They are the people who try to solve its deepest secrets. That's the fluff.
Mm-hmm.
I know that right now we're designing the combat part of the game, but I like to try and at least let a little bit of the fluff inspire that. I think wizards should have access to 10th and 11th spells again, but only if they specialize in a school. They only get the 10th and 11th level spells of those schools, and obviously that's extremely high levels, whatever. But also, I think that they should be able to inscribe spells in a permanent fashion. So, they have the ability to write on scrolls and create your one-time use scrolls. But also, let's say that they've inscribed a spell on a piece of metal and they throw it out on the field and it can be triggered when people move over it. I know it feels a little artificer-ish, but it isn't exactly the same.
it is pretty artificer-ish, but nevertheless, there's something there that we could separate from artificers
Mhm.
if we just leaning into the theme of wizards. I don't think that you could really do scrolls, except doing consumable items, as especially consumable items that exist right now
Mhm.
as part of a class feature is really really janky. The very first Kickstarter I did was for the alchemist class I developed. And it's a very difficult problem to crack, and I did crack it, but it came
Well-
with creating unique items that basically functioned as
There's one other possibility that I've considered. When it comes to wizards, because of the fact that they have this understanding of the secrets of the arcane and the formulae and the fundamental building blocks on how spells work, the same way a scientist understands the building blocks of the universe. Um, let's consider this. We have so we've bitched up a storm about concentration,
Mhm.
rightfully so.
Concentration's a dumb mechanic.
But let's go with something a little bit different, and let's see if we can turn a negative in concentration into a bit of a positive.
Do you mean like how? So something I really liked thematically that I don't think worked mechanically with 5e was ritual spells,
Mm-hmm.
which are just basically a bigger, more gigantic concentration spell.
When you mentioned the top level spells, I was going to counteroffer with having those spells be rituals.
Yeah, the wizard would have to study, say necromancy, to get the 10th and 11th level spells, and they could only be rituals because you can't just that can't be an instantaneous action. That is a spell literally at the level of divinity. So you need some small fail safe there.
Well, not only that, but you'd probably need other people helping you with it. It's a case of you're trying to build a miniature Rome, and Rome wasn't built in a day. You're gonna need time, you're gonna need money, and you're gonna need assistance.
Yep.
these aren't really rebuilding at this point. These aren't really rebuilding the wizard per se.
Mm-hmm.
These are fun add-on features, but it's not something that we
Yeah.
could like unite the wizard around.
Oh, I know.
But-
I'm just saying.
Here's what I am considering. Now when it comes to something that I'd considered is the fact that I think when it comes to something like concentration, the whole thing of you need to be concentrating on this one spell, and that's the only one you can. So that's why people utilize haste. What if we applied it where the wizard when they're preparing, they might be preparing scrolls and the like, and those are the exception to that concentration. And that's admittedly a weak approach, but I want to see if we can turn concentration into a pillar that they build around for their tactics.
I don't think we can. I think
not with
either
the way D&D's combat is designed. There's no way to do it around that. You'd have to change the combat system itself.
I think our assumptions are either concentration goes or is so heavily modified that it does not resemble its current effects.
Mm-hmm.
It might be very similar to its current description. It's just we cut out half of it and say, hey, you take damage, this ends. But where we approach, either that's the case, or and this could be an and or. Wizards have specific abilities which are not spells, and therefore can't be touched by concentration. Allow them to produce duration effects, which have nothing to do with the concentration spells,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore they're unmolested by that particular system. So you take something like, I guess it's not a special mechanic, but we go back to one of our earlier things where it's like the wizard tracks magic that is being used across across the course of the battle. And for specific, this is an evocation, this is a conjuration, this is an evocation again, and he's building up points of these separate features, and he's able to use. And he's able to. All right. Well, now I reached 6 in evocation, which are just being used across the battlefield, which actually gives them, even if you have a concentration system, this gives them an incentive to waste their concentration effectively because they still get something out of it. They're a little bit of magical recycling. And
I'm perfectly fine with magical recycling. I remember in 13th Age. They had a class feature called cycling, where their encounter spells would not be expended so long as the escalation die was even.
I think I'm familiar with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the basic idea. It's like, all right, you get to the threshold or whatever, and now you can use this spell school's ability. And choosing a specialization just says you can reach this school ability faster, and 2, you have more variance for its use.
So you're essentially looking at what we did with the monk and trying to put that on the wizard, where you
a little bit.
Yeah, you do a specific.
This one's a lot more reactive as opposed to proactive.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. You're super late, Alex. We're on the wizard. We're on the last class.
Yeah.
You just got to rewatch.
5G, which is already, grounds for dismissal.
Hey, it's a free country. He's free to be wrong.
Yep, this is the U.S. People are allowed to be wrong.
Mm-hmm. We kid, of course.
Yeah. Look.
Yep. This is the monastery where we're
Not
all
free country.
Placed to have. Stop. This is a monastery where you can sit, have a drink, have fun, and just don't touch the monk's stash. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Now that being said, given what you mentioned with taking some notes from the monk, obviously we can't. I don't foresee doing spell combos with the wizard. I think if there's anybody who would be doing spell combos, it would be a sorcerer.
Yeah, and that's why he was saying the whole you count how many of a certain school you've been doing throughout an encounter, and then you get the pièce de résistance from that school, dependent on that counter.
What were you gonna say, James?
No, I was just like, no, I think this is the purview of the wizard, especially if we're thinking more of like a Merlin type, who's they're using residual energies and they're working with their art. They're kind of working. They bring their art out, and then they're sort of exhausted in some capacity, and then they work backwards from there.
One thing that I do think would fall within a wizard's purview, and some might argue that this should be a subclass. I'm not entirely sure, but I do think that because of the way that they understand how spells work, at higher levels they should be able to mess with other people's spell casting.
Oh yeah, them and sorcerers for different reasons.
Yeah, I think that a higher level wizard would probably be able to figure out how to redirect a spell cast on them.
And a sorcerer would undo it because they're working with the actual magical stuff.
Yeah. Although a rule that I tend to have whenever I do some sort of spell casting system with counterspell is that a counterspell is not a shield.
No, it's a reaction.
What you're doing with a counterspell is you are literally attacking their spell casting and trying to rip it apart.
Yep.
So when you succeed in that counterspell, shit about to blow up.
Love to tear apart somebody's spell in their hands as a sorcerer.
You're imagine if you will, somebody had a grenade in their hand. What a counterspell is doing is after they declare that they've got a grenade in their hand, you're forcing the lever to pull.
Forcing them to pull the pin and let the spoon fly.
Yeah, you're forcing the pin to fly early. You're basically forcing a miscast.
Right. There's an issue when it comes to things like anti-magic specializations or reactions to magic, the sort of counter sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
And it differs depending on the severity of this issue follows how specialized and how much access you have to the features and whether or not it's simply an add-on or whether or not it's the focus of your entire character.
Yeah.
So Mage Slayer is largely fine because even though it's situational, it provides you with enough passive benefits that it's going to come up semi-often. It's probably not going to be a complete waste of time. But if you had an entire character centered around Mage Slayer just being passive benefit, okay, when somebody else does something to me in this specific fashion, that's where it gets a little bit over-specialized if your character is just focused on that. You have a way around it, though, which is ensuring that either you or someone in direct proximity can proc the effect that you would normally be waiting for somebody else to use in order to do your cool special thing. So I think I brought this up when it came to like the subject of an anti-mage because we found this god-awful homebrew on D&D Beyond of somebody who made an anti-mage or whatever. It was a sorcerer subclass. Is like, oh, well, when they use magic on you, the magic explodes and you can redirect it and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's going to come up like twice in the campaign. Or it might come up 1,000 times in the campaign. That's not how 5e works, so don't do that.
You're
right.
Your first mistake was being on D&D Beyond, but that's about it.
There you go. But what you can do is you could say, I'm going to produce a seal of magic. And if magic enters this area, it's going to go crazy. And what that means is, if you're a sorcerer, you can proc that seal yourself. And you can use that on non-magical opponents. Or one of your sorcerer buddies, or your wizard buddies, or somebody else in your party who can use magic. They can also take advantage of that. That's the idea behind fixing sort of quote-unquote anti-mage classes. Yeah. They're not passive. They can produce negative effects against spellcasters, but you can also generate those negative effects either yourself or with somebody in direct proximity to you. So when it comes to the wizard, they would be able to, it's not just that they would be able to counterspell, it's like that might be one of their features. That might be the abjuration magic feature, is I get to cancel or send wild magic in this particular area of space. And the enemy wizard might say, fine, well, I'm not going to cast any magic. And you say, fine, I'm going to cast it for you. Yeah. And it happens one turn later. So if the enemy cooperates, it's a little bit better. If they don't cooperate, you could still make it work.
Now that being said, when it comes to the wizard, I do think that much like how a fighter picks a fighting style at the start, I do think a wizard should pick a implement at the start, which grants certain benefits. I'd say that these benefits would play a factor into their fighting style. Like, say, if they pick a orb, they're probably leaning towards more area of effect kind of things. If they're picking a wand, then they're more direct approaches, single target affairs. They're picking if they're picking, say, a staff, then they'd want to focus on support. And if they're picking a tome, then they'd probably want to focus on being able to do variety more than specificity. That's certainly one possibility, and 4E kind of did that. But I do think another factor should be the more I think about it, the wizard is the hardest one to do because with all of the other spellcasting classes, you can work around the concentration thing, but because of the fact that the wizard is more you cast more
Anemic.
spells than anybody else, you have to deal with the elephant in the fucking room.
Well, they wouldn't have to deal with the elephant in the room if they just gave the wizard more features, but they didn't. They said, "Oh, spells are your features." Well, spells actually kind of suck absent features.
And
But that's
I
my
do
goodness,
think that your suggestion about recycling is the best solution.
Yeah.
that's a solution that wasn't even technically on the fly. I couldn't even do that on the fly. I had to continue thinking about it. Is how difficult this issue is for the fucking wizard. It's why I dislike 5e overall. There's no other modes of play. If we went back to a 1e style or a 2e style of like, okay, there's magical research and there's the domain game where spells are out there, the wizards are out there making their own spells and they're sort of the guy to go out there and make their own spells. Like this is where alternative modes of play really influence, if nothing else, even if that's not your bread and butter, if running an army or running a kingdom is not your bread and butter, at the very least, these have an impact on combat. At the very least, these have an impact on combat where you get to say, aha, I might not have special abilities as a wizard in combat, but this is my spell that I devise myself with my DM, and look at how cool I am because I'm using... and
Now you're a bard
whatever.
again.
Now I'm a bard again.
Back it
And
off.
Look at how cool I am. Look at how cool I am. I invented a bard spell because I'm so great.
You invented a bard spell that just draws a giant dick in the sky.
Exactly.
And when it before I end up going full circle again, I do now when it comes to the mystic, honestly, I don't think there's a whole lot to say about it. It's one of those classes that I think could just be, I think with the way we're going with it, it could easily be just integrated into one of the other classes. Especially since, as somebody who plays a fair amount of RuneQuest, Mystic means a completely different thing. Like in RuneQuest and Mythros, a Mystic has more in common with a quasi Jedi. But with artificers, I do think that an artificer should be the absolute undisputed master of manipulating magic items. They are effectively a magical engineer.
That's what I was going to say. They're the magic engineers of the world.
Mm-hmm. And because of that, I do think that instead of utilizing spells, they should be utilizing magic items that they have in their arsenal. And I know that there's been the whole infusion thing. Which I can see as their version of cantrip. The idea being that they can improvise people's items or magic items on the fly.
Yeah.
But to be quite honest, a problem that I have with a artificer thing is that they are something that is going to be a little more setting specific, because you can't really have an artificer in a setting where you don't have some form of magitech.
I don't know about that.
Artificer, so you don't have to have magitech per se. Magical artifacts, even in sword and sorcery settings and low fantasy settings, still exist. It just makes the artificer much more of a rare class at that point.
Okay,
Thanks.
I'm going to help you guys out. Because the key to this is where lore comes in. What do we think of an artificer as being? And this is artificers in some sense. I think they need to be able to quote unquote cheat the laws of magic or create new laws of magic. So the description I gave of my thing was like, okay, incantations which would take hours to complete are spoken in moments with ringing tools. Inscriptions, which would require impossibly rare components, can be formed by stencils and chisels infused with raw magic.
Mhm.
Artificers attach the typical components of spellcasting to material objects substitute for themselves. Turns out a screwdriver or potion bottle is far more resilient than an untrained person messing with arcane forces they don't understand. And this process of hooking or hanging magic on inanimate objects rather than on gestures and words directed by the magic user keeps them relatively insulated from back or miscasts. And it's the only universal trait that artificers share, which is why I think, for instance, Merlin of Amber and the Courts of Chaos is an artificer because he created Ghost Wheel. He creates an arcane magical construct using laws of the laws of nature in a place where the laws of nature are very, very different from ours.
Let me propose this instead. Do you suppose that in our little thought experiment, an artificer should effectively be able to do some equivalent to meta magic when it comes to magic items? Because a lot of times with magic items, once a magic item is made, its effects are set. But an artificer could look at a magic item and say, "That's not set. We can tweak it."
In the 5e example, yes. I
That would
think
work.
they should be able to do that with all spells or all magic presented to them.
Yeah. Also, Ash, as a side note, when you said that they should be able to cheat the laws of magic, what do you think engineers do with the laws of physics? Look at pulleys and levers alone.
Yep. They take things, they take forces that should not work. You should not be able to lift this much weight with this amount of ease, but it's because you're placing it on the rope and you're placing it on a lifting mechanism so that friction is reduced and you can move it more easily. That's exactly. It's just applying that to magic.
And now I'm just thinking of Senku from Dr. Stone making magic items instead. Thank you.
And this is why I like, and you're very welcome, of course. And this is why I like infusions, is because you just get to take spells right out the bat and make sure that even if this is a world in which magic items are rare for some stupid Urbanski-born reason, you can still take act. You can still.
You just couldn't help yourself, could you?
Hey,
No, I really couldn't, because I've been working on the second article about what makes magic interesting, and I'm just so fucking infuriated.
Hey, Mildra, it looks like all three of us are on the same page about people who say magic items should be rare for dumb reasons.
Pretty much.
It's so infuriating.
I'm not opposed to having magic items
so
rare.
infuriating.
I'm not opposed to
But
having
it has to be
magic
for
items
the
rare.
right reasons.
Style. I like the old school style and stuff like that. Oh, you remember when like Cudgel the Clever is getting a magic item every fucking week, getting it back?
Exactly.
Bread maker. Did you know it was blessed by the Pope? Fuck you. Fucking idiot.
Didn't I do a video on that whole thing?
Yes, you did. I
both
remember
did.
listening to that rant, Monk.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, read chat for a second, James.
Let us come to the blessed chat of this holy temple. What about making magic items rare to annoy James? let's make Brad Meltonic ethereal dragon, Mr. Wrench.
He left. That's why he said night.
Oh fuck!
But even with that, I do. I do think that when it comes to
Aaron, your threshold for what counts as so many goodies is very, very low.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
when it comes to magic items, um, obviously I've had the mindset that I'm perfectly fine with magic items. I'm less fine with having magic items that don't have a story. Like I've made it clear that my template when it comes to magic item importance is noble phantasms and fate. Like when you get a magic item, you're getting not just that magic item, but the story attached to that magic item in some sort of tangible form.
Which is why he even said, "Oh yeah, you just got a +1 bread maker. Did you know it was blessed by the Pope?" That's an ass pull. It's a stopgap.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to artificers, I do wonder if we could steal a few notes from the Onmyunji in Tenra. You know, where they can't cast spells directly, but they build Shikigami to cast spells for them.
Oh, I love Tenra, and I can't find anybody to play that game with me. Sad face.
Of course, I'm pretty sure some people would say, "Well, why don't you just do that by just reskinning the wizard?" The approach that I'm specifically going with, and you'll appreciate this, Xana, because it's going a bit deeper in the lore with Tenra, is the Shiki Slingers.
Yep.
For context, Shiki Slingers is a derogatory term for those who use abacus based creation of Shikigami.
Yep. And they're just literally shooting out, like, they're not even shooting, they're shitting out Shikigami at that point.
Yeah. And this is in contrast to the more old school calligraphy and brushstroke on paper that takes a long time to do.
They instead use an abacus as a calculator to make their fucking Shikigami.
Yeah.
I actually had somebody play a Shiki Slinger on one time. I was running a Tenra game, and they died to a mech pilot.
Delicious.
It was great.
By the way, I have that mechanic on hand because one of the two Artificer trades for the Artificer I developed was a Spellsmith.
Mm-hmm.
And this was my way of creating basically a three-quarter caster version of the Artificer.
Yeah.
I basically went through everything that we discussed. You know, they perform the gestures and rites of spells, performing all but a few preparations. Blah, blah, blah. Artificers work on this principle, but there's a catch. They can pack the triggering components into objects, a concept that permeates many spells and other magical effects used to produce a ward. Spellsmiths further exploit this ability, focusing most of their time and magical research into reversing the process. So they do the whole hanging thing, except on their tools, and they could use this process to call forth latent magical energy, seeking the non-existent spell, which then they transform into a workable spell.
Mm-hmm.
They send out a false signal for magic to congregate, and they shape it into a temporarily viable spell. And I had the mechanic for you could generate an Artificer spell, provided that you have a set of tools on hand. All you have to do is make a check with the set of tools you're proficient in.
Yeah.
And the DC for the check equals 10 plus the spell's level.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a spell for which you currently lack spell slots, DC increases by the spell's level again. And as time went on for that trade, I just gave them fewer and fewer exceptions. But each time they took advantage of the exception, it would increase the spell's level again. So it could be like, if you want to go for a 9th level wizard spell, because eventually you're able to take, or a 9th level druid spell, because eventually you could take spells from other classes. You don't have the spell slots for that, and you don't have access to, and it's on a different spell list. So that's going to be like a DC 27.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an Arcana check, and that's a way to start sneaking spells back into it. That's just one of the solutions. But there's ways to get around it and fiddle with the there's ways to fiddle with mechanics. It has been done, and I'm sure it can be done better in the future.
Yeah, but the point is with all of this is that tradition, it as much as people like to reference Fiddler on the Roof when it comes to tradition, there are times where you have to say fuck the traditions, simply because of the fact that they end up causing more harm than they're worth.
Is that really the case here? Because 5e, this is what I mentioned earlier. It's like, well, now we have 2 generations of Grognard to contend with. It's like we have the 3X folks, and the 3X folks don't like the BX folks or the AD&D folks and stuff like that. And honestly, at this point, I'm more inclined to. God, there's so much stuff we left behind, so much cool shit that we left behind with the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It's just that we also happen to learn that we could have cool class abilities and it wouldn't ruin everything, largely thanks to video games. You know.
Oh, and James, I'm someone who's been playing D&D since I was literally 4 years old. So I started in 2nd and moved to 3rd. I like both for different reasons. But I will say, like I said in chat, I won't miss Thaco. Thaco can suck my dick.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
I think
AC makes more sense now.
But now, personally, I'm of the mindset that both forms of grog end up holding back the game.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I can sign on to that.
I do get the feeling that that something like an Artificer would be much better served if D&D actually gave a shit about crafting systems. Instead of that whole, oh, we left it blank so that you could come up with it.
Well, you have a lot of more opportunities for things like crafting systems in a domain-style game like AD&D provides.
I honestly prefer the crafting in Fantasy Craft.
Fair.
Especially since in that one you can have some crazy customizable weapons without even having to touch the magic item system. It just allows for even another layer of crazy.
That's fair.
Insanity.
Madness is like gravity. All it takes is a little push.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that this overall was a fun little experiment in class design. Now, whether or not I do this for Pathfinder, I'm of 2 minds of that. Now, if I were to do this, it would solely be on the Pathfinder exclusive classes. You know,
things like
Gunslinger, Magus, Inquisitor, Alchemist. I know 5e has Alchemist, but that's a subclass and thus doesn't count.
Didn't 5e get Inquisitor in side material recently?
That was also still a subclass. Still doesn't count.
Okay. I didn't know if it was a subclass or not.
I still would be content to do a version of this for 5e subclasses, by the way. They could be
that would take okay, we've been here 4 hours.
It would be multiple episodes, yes.
Way longer.
We would have to do that as a multi-week venture where we go through the core and the Unearthed Arcana entries on each class individually.
That's torture as hell. I'd rather not.
Might as well just make your own game at that point.
Well, I mean, I already did that, but fair.
This is true.
Fair enough. Point taken.
But
Cheers
when
to
it
that.
when it comes to the subclass thing, let's not and say we did.
No, let's just do. I understand you don't want to host that. I completely understand that. So I will just rope you into it, and I guess that'll be my first RPG podcast. is I will lasso you in. And you won't be able to resist.
You really think you can make the monk do anything?
I can certainly tease him into it. I
God,
make
you
him
and
think
Zan
he
are really
wants
are
to,
kindred souls because you're just going to torment the monk over here.
of course.
Fuck it. If you rope him into it, I'll join too.
Excellent,
Oh
excellent.
god, if you've got Doku and Monk on board, then I'll be in.
Certainly invited.
Sorry, Mildred, I had to throw you under the bus on that one.
Fuck every single one of you.
It's okay. It's okay, Monk. Misery loves company.
I'll buy you a 6-pack. Can we call it even?
I think, yeah,
Don't you mean a 6-pack a week, Doku?
if you can...
6-pack per episode.
Doku, if you can somehow manage to find a way to mail me a 4-pack of Midas, then maybe I'll consider it.
All right, well, I know what my goal is.
But with all that said, I do want to thank everybody for sticking through this 4+ hour
This is the longest episode of GeekWatch left.
Beloviation. This is a harkening back to the OG Monastery Live in terms of length.
This is a harkening also back to our first world building episode.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that
shit.
too.
Speaking of which, I gotta figure out a way to clip this. There's a few clips in here I'm gonna need. One for research, but 2 to also just post and link to the original stream.
Mm-hmm. But
So next week we're going to be spending 4 hours on developing the lore of the Blackian Empire, correct?
fuck off.
The Blackian Empire. I remember that.
Don't you just love automated generators?
Oh, that map was the best.
I do have to say, speaking of automated generators, I have a copy of Space Aces, and that's going to be getting some use sometime down the line. I just need to figure out when. So random generation will be returning in one form or another, and we are going to hate every minute of it.
Or love every minute of it while you're tortured by it, sure.
It's probably going to be
Speaking of
both
which,
at
we
the
never
same
did
time.
finish up our Lords of Brachus character for you, Miljo. You're gonna have to go back through that and see how many of your characters die before they even get their first hit points.
Yeah, I know. It's been kind of hectic, and it's not going to stop getting hectic in the next few days. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, very fair, very fair.
And especially since I've got an interview, I've got a show a day for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, I'm heading. I have a few of the developers for Shintara, that time traveling campaign setting we talked about a while back.
I want to play that campaign setting, but I want to play in a different system.
Tuesday, I have Scott Dubb on, and specifically the same Scott who was responsible for OS plus R and is now working on Neon Blood. Wednesday, if everything goes as planned and there's no hijinks, I may have Jonathan Tweet on.
Yeah.
Thursday, the Men Who Stare at Sports Ball comes back with us taking a giant piss on the NHL. Doku, you're welcome to come. I will be bringing a tier maker for this, so we can rate everybody's teams, and we can extract salt from Boston, because that's always a nice pastime.
So you mean at least 2 of my favorite teams are going to be in the bottom 5? Gotcha.
Friday, I'll hopefully have Edwin Aces on, since his comic book, The Ace, recently launched its Indiegogo page. And and out of respect, I am not going to be making any Mandalorian comparisons to The Ace.
You just did.
I'm getting one out of my system just so I can focus on other things. Besides, I'm more likely to make comparisons to Shadowhawk, which I'm pretty sure none of you motherfuckers have read. And Saturday, I'll be having Holly Tinsley on to talk about her book and whatever else will come to mind for us. But that is a story for another day. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk, and join